The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. That's right, brothers and sisters. You are invited to our Hebrew and Bible Academy. I'm Elder Rikash Yar, along with Elder Lawyer, with our weekly podcast, broadcast, discussion. That's right. Hit the like button. I thank you very much. All praises be to the Most High, first and foremost. Ahaya Bahashim Yeshaya wa Rawak. Yes, we will be going into a new installment of our Hebrew and Bible Academy in a few weeks, and you are invited. If this interests you, please go to historytimes.org. It's right on the screen. historytimes.org and enroll. We have a lot of new lessons coming up, and I hope that you all will be a part of it. Some of what we're going into is tracking the Ark of the Covenant and its power. That's going to be a lesson in of itself that I believe, brothers and sisters, is going to blow you away when you understand the depths and history and power of our God's, the Israelites, our God's Ark of the Covenant. Okay, the greatest, quote unquote, weapon. The greatest weapon that the earth has ever seen. The Ark of the Covenant. We'll be going into that and more in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, tracking our time in Egypt. And we're going to go into a new, from Babylon, Rome to America. Brand new updated lesson of one of the classics. So you don't want to miss this. historytimes.org. It's 12 weeks, 3 full months of serious biblical scholarship in history. Okay? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not you don't have to be a PhD to understand this. Okay? From the lowest to the highest, it doesn't matter your education level, you would immediately understand the Bible because the Most High meant for us to what? Understand His word. So make sure you get into the historytimes.org, the Hebrew and Bible Academy, by enrolling. You go to historytimes.org. And folks, yes. Okay, yeah, the Academy was ridiculous this weekend. All praises. All right. Now, first and foremost, again, I would like to say all praises to the Most High, Ahaya Bahashim Yeshaya wa Rawak. That's the Most High God of the Hebrews, in the name of Christ, through the Holy Spirit. Our broadcast tonight. Check out this title. They didn't tell me this in church. Is our topic of discussion. They didn't tell me this in church. Now, what stands out to you when you hear when someone question you, or what stands out to you when you hear that? I wish someone would have told me this while I was growing up in church. I wish the pastor would have told me that in church. Or better yet, Why did they leave this key information out concerning me in church? Now, I'm going to keep that open-ended because why? I'm going to need some of your feedback in this particular discussion on what you wish your pastor would have told you. But so, hey, we have a great broadcast this evening going into the Feast of Tabernacles this weekend. That's right. They didn't tell me this in church. In this, you fill in the blank. Because some people out there think that we're not smart enough to think for ourselves, right? And that when you hear information concerning you in the Bible, it must be because you're brainwashed, right? You're brainwashed. You don't know any better. You're a follower of man. None of these what I would call disclaimers or add-ons, none of these were attributed to us when we were under the Christian church. None of it, right? You're following man. You're not. Maybe they just think we're dumb already, right? So that no one can say that I'm putting words in your mouth today and you're being controlled. I need you to give a testimony this evening, since we're in the time of testimonies. Give your testimony of what you wish your pastor would have told you in church. They didn't tell me this in church. Now I have a bucket list, right? So that they can't claim someone putting words in your mouth, you're being controlled through a cult, or whatever the case is. Now that you understand what you understand now by actually reading the Bible, what is it that you wish your pastor or your church told you? They didn't tell me this in church. Well, I need you to fill in the blanks with whatever this is. Okay, a great broadcast tonight. Now, before I go in, because we're going to jump right in, I'm sorry I'm a little late here today, but that's why we're going to dive right in, okay? And we're going to go straight to the calls too early, okay? I have Elder Lawyer here. First and foremost, before I go in, as you notice, we're broadcasting from GOCC NYC right now. It's because our church is under a serious shadow ban, and it's almost like someone is watching our channel. It's something they're trying to stop that channel because A Gathering 144, okay, that particular channel through the Spirit of the Most High has enlightened and awakened so many people concerning what's going on today. Now, I don't have to describe what's going on today, what it is, because no one can actually talk about it. But all in all, we're being censored for a reason. It's because a lot of what's going on today, the Gathering of Christ Church have been breaking down in prophecy even before YouTube was YouTube. Okay? So this is what I'm going to need you all to do. I need y'all to check this out real quick. Check this out real quick. Oh, before I go there, of course, I need y'all to check this out for me real quick. My Ika Allah, a maestro, the brother who does the music for me, he sent me a text today, and I took a picture of it. And I'm going to need y'all to help me with this, because I was told many days that people were being unsubscribed from the main channel, A Gathering 144. But now I have empirical truth. I have truth beyond any shadow of a doubt that they are unsubscribing people from the A Gathering 144 channel. Now, Maestro sent me this text today. Maestro tried to call me, and I said, I need to call you back, right? Michael from Houston. Okay, I was just letting you know that I just had to subscribe to the A Gathering 144 channel again. YouTube is really unsubscribing us. Shaking my head. This is really crazy. Now, Micah Allah has been subscribed to the A Gathering 144, or whichever channel we had before YouTube deleted our channel for absolutely no reasons at all for years. And many days he had to go back and subscribe to the channel. And then it says, then he sent a message here. I tried to find the channel in my list of subscriptions. Yeah. I tried to find the channel in my list of subscriptions, and it was completely removed, Elder. Every other channel I'm subscribed to is still in my list. I've been subscribed for years, and all of a sudden I'm unsubscribed. That ain't no conspiracy theory. That ain't no conspiracy theory. All right? It isn't a conspiracy theory, Mike stated. And no, it isn't. It isn't. Our channel is being censored. And after we did our lesson for memorial blowing of the trumpets, there's other things that happen in the background that they're trying to stop our channel from actually getting this out there concerning the holy days and the prophetic meaning of them for our people. Okay. So as you can see, okay, Satan, Amalek, the synagogue of Satan don't know how to play fair. All right. What are they doing? They're trying to stop the A Gathering 144 page from actually toppling the 100,000, that's right, threshold. They're trying to stop it from going to 100,000, and they're trying to keep it under 96,000. And guess what? Many people subscribe after the 12-year journey, and it's at the same number it was last week, even though we told many people to go to A Gather 144 and subscribe. And, and first of all, I'd like to thank you all for all the support for the 12-year journey. We're still riding that high from last week, and we will have another one down the line, but everyone's saying, man, it has really rejuvenated the spirits of those who began with and understood what this is. I mean, it really rejuvenated the spirit, and not only that, encourage others to get in this race with us and run it with the church. So I'd like to thank y'all for all your support for the 12-year journey and all the support you did there. That's going to help us get to the people and do more work. I want to say a thank you there. But all in all, folks, last week, we drove many people to A Gathering 144 during that 8-10 hour, I would say, marathon of a broadcast. And for some reason, even though the subscriptions was going up and when A Gathering 144, it now toppled back to 96,400 or 500, even though hundreds and hundreds of people subscribed to A Gathering 144 last week. Okay, so this is what I'm going to ask you to do before we get into it. Before we get into it, I have Lawyer there. Before we get into it, I'm going to ask you all to go here, brothers and sisters. Go here to A Gathering 144. I'm going to ask you all to go to A Gathering 144 channel. Please go there for us. And you can follow us now because you've probably been unsubscribed without knowing it. I'm going to need you to go to the main channel, and here you will see the subscribe button. Right? Now I'm going to unsubscribe real quick from that, right? So this is what I need you all to do with me. Go to A Gathering 144. Hit subscribe. Right? See, I hit the subscribe button. It immediately turned from red and it grayed out, almost white. And then I need you all to click on the bell here. Okay? Let me blow this up so you all can see it. I'm going to need you all to go to the bell and say that you want all notifications. All notifications. Now, by doing so, anytime A Gathering 144 goes live, you'll know, well, you're supposed to be notified. You should get notified concerning anything, reports, whether it be prophecy, whether it be an emergency situation. You want to have A Gathering 44 live, ready to go in case something happened in this earth, because that's where we'll be broadcasting from. And when it comes time to that last broadcast, whenever that is, I'm sure that last broadcast, if it be the Most High will, if we still have a channel, will be from A Gathering 144. So help us out, because the enemy is working, and they usually do this under the cover of night. While everyone is sleeping, 4 in the morning or whatever in the morning, this is when they're unsubscribing people and doing things like that. So from time to time, do this every week. Make sure you go to A Gathering 144 and make sure that it's not in the red. Make sure you subscribe, because they're unsubscribing our people. All right. So I wanted to let you all know that real quick, and I thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to be doing also as we go along, as you see here, I'm going to also feature. I'm going to feature our GOCC network and those who support our GOCC network, okay? I'm going to feature every week on our broadcast, be it the Wednesday night blog or the Sabbath class. We're going to feature those who are a part of the GOCC network. This way, brothers and sisters will understand exactly what's going on when it comes to the works brothers and sisters have put in with their personal businesses, selling products to help their household and to help the nation. The Bible says what? A nation divided against itself cannot stand. So what we're going to be doing is featuring, that's right, people from the GOCC network. Every broadcast will be featuring people from brothers and sisters who have products from the GOCC network. This way, if they have products that you would normally buy at the store, usually these are organic products, and you would like to have something at a reasonable price that's organic, you can actually choose to support your own people, your own nation, opposed to letting the money come to our people and go right back to those who've always oppressed us. Okay? So we're going to be having that also. Okay? And because of that, let me go through a few real quick and then jump right into the broadcast. Okay? Then jump right into the broadcast. One moment. Okay, we're going to go a few. First of all, Desired Promise with Elder Lawyer.
Shalom, family. We want to take this time to remind you to go check out our sisters at desiredpromise.com, where they provide custom natural products such as handmade sugar scrubs, body butters, soaps, hair butter, hair mist, lip balms, and more. If you're looking for that perfect gift for your next baby shower, wedding, or other special events, please visit desiredpromise.com. That's DESIRED promise.com. Don't forget to check out the testimonies of those whose lives have been changed through these products. Desired Promise, handmade just for you. At Rafi Institute, they educate the world one family at a time in areas of education, business, technology, and health and wellness. They mainly serve small and large groups, organizations, and businesses, but may be open to individual consultations on a case-by-case basis. They support their audience mainly via online and face-to-face innovative classes, workshops, retreats, and customized holistic therapies. Proceeds from their Asha jewelry and accessories collections support their efforts to offer affordable services and packages for their clients who need it most. For more information, check out rafiinstitute.org. That's RAFFI Institute.org. Rafi Institute, educating the world one family at a time.
Well, Lawyer got that voice, don't he? One more, then we'll jump right in with the broadcast. One more again.
Wellness is more than being free from physical illness. It is a continual process of change and growth towards a healthy lifestyle, both physically and spiritually. Genesis Natural Order's objective is to assist our nation in returning to a healthy mindset and healthy habits with encouragement every step of the way. Their health and wellness coaching techniques are modeled after their own effective work experience and growth in the human service field for the past 15 years. This includes education and experience as a health and wellness program director, studies of science and human services, human nutrition, natural holistic remedies, and survey of alternative medicine. This real-time experience, their continual growth in Christ Yeshua, and their desire to help others often translates onto their webpage and into their products. Take time to check out their message board and their website, where you can post any inquiries or concerns about G&O's products. Don't forget to subscribe with an email. Genesis Natural Order, providing all natural health and beauty products for our community. For more information, check them out at gnoheals.com. Again, that's G-N as in Nancy, O-Heals, HEALS.com.
Okay, thank you, Lawyer. And as you can see, we're supporting brothers and sisters all around the earth. And if you want to be a part of the GOCC network, that's right. Go to gatheringofchrist.org. Hit the tab GOCC network. GOCC network. If you have products, if you have a business, we'll be glad to help promote and support it. Why? A nation divided against itself cannot stand. Okay? And usually when it comes to finances within our community, it circulates all of about 8 to 10 hours. Okay. And with other nations, the money circulate amongst them for at least 8 to 10 days. It'll circulate amongst them before it goes out to anyone else over a week. With us, we get money and it circulates amongst us for about 8 hours. Okay. The Bible says, where your treasures are, your heart shall be also. And it's time not to say that we can't support others who bring forth quality or give us quality products. It's okay. But I think we should take a special interest in making sure if people are putting in the due diligence to make quality products for our people, we should prefer the believers and those who understand and look like us. Okay. With that, I'm going to jump right in to it. Let's go. Okay. They didn't tell me this in church. Let's go. Let me show you some of what I experienced. And maybe others can relate to this. And maybe you all can relate to this also. But I'm going to show you in particular what we were used to experiencing in the Christian church. Let's go. Fair use. Fair use. Hey, lawyer, we've been for taboos.
I'm sorry?
We've been for taboos.
Yes, sir.
Now, lawyer,
Yes, sir.
are you witnessing what I'm witnessing here?
Yeah.
What's wrong with this with this thing I'm seeing here? Like, where do you
Okay, as I
start?
look,
First
yeah,
and
as I'm
foremost,
witnessing now, that obviously you have a woman standing up at the pulpit. I mean, obviously there's a lot going on there. I think it starts there.
okay, all right. Somebody gonna have to explain to me what's going on here. What compels people to continually to go to these places? I'm gonna need. Listen, if you are a Christian and don't believe what we're teaching, okay, I need you to come on, call this evening and explain this. Explain this. Number one, I'm a man, right? Men in particular, when I was growing up, went to church because this is where they could find what? What? Spiritual women, holy women, modest women, women who were marriageable material, right? You want a good girl, you go to church. But here's the problem. Sisters used to go to church because they could find men who fear God. What's wrong with this picture, brothers and sisters? There's barely any men there. There's barely any men there. So what are the women going there for? We need to figure that out. Now, the reason I don't want to jump all in this because we have a nice broadcast. I have the bullet points ready for you. They didn't tell me this in church is the topic of our discussion this evening. So many things they didn't tell me. And this is why churches, especially in the Western world, has gone to hell. They have gone to hell. Straight out. Straight out. One goes to church to find Christ. Christ in itself is a bishopric, what? Established through men. The bishopric is established. So if you're going to find Christ, the first thing you're looking for is a man. Number one. Now, why am I going here today? They didn't tell me this in church. Because it seems like everyone and their mother want to attack the awakening and argue of whether or not our people are the children of Israel according to the Bible. It's a cult if you take hold of your true nationality, your national origin, and receive a purpose with it. No, that's a cult. But what I've just experienced, what we've shown you, listen, but this is what they're telling us is normal. This is normal. You staking claim to the Bible, going into the law, statutes, and commandments to become better people is cultish. No, but this right here is normal. No wonder our people are dying in number, brothers and sisters, at the most prophetic time since the earth began. We're living in the most prophetic time in history. I mean, for those who believe in the Bible, if you want to say you're right, if you want to stand up on a soapbox and say, I told you so, who better can do that than those who are standing on the true prophetic understandings of the Bible? But that's not happening in the churches. Why? Because what we witness right here has drowned out the truth. It has drowned out the truth. Now, this week we're going to deal with with what they didn't tell me in church. Next week, I'm going to go into how they use Islam to divide our people. Next week. And it's only going to dovetail going into our Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay? But right now, I need you to tell us, because what I'm witnessing here used to go on hours on end when we were growing up in the Christian church. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I don't know about you. I went to church in North Philadelphia, right?
Right.
And what we've just witnessed, these theatrics you see in church, they call the Holy Ghost and dancing. We used to do this hours on end. I mean, I'm talking about for 3-4 hours straight. The pastor would come in between and he start dancing. But the majority of our services were this. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I've only been to church growing up a handful of times, and that was always on Easter Sunday. And without fail, every time I went to church, those handful of times, this would happen. And it would be the same woman catching the quote unquote Holy Ghost. And for those who knew those women, knew it was an act because it was nothing holy about these women, but they were always the ones catching the Holy Ghost. So definitely this was a common theme within in the church growing up.
Now I'm gonna tell you, right? Everything that we've just witnessed, Elder Lawyer, is against Scripture.
Right.
Right out, it's against Scripture. But these theatrics aren't the greatest, isn't the biggest issue with me. If someone want to feel good and dance, that's on you.
Right.
Right? See, but I take issue in a community that's destitute and void of understanding concerning God, with people who are going there for a refuge and understand their environment, the conditions our people are in, to come up with zero, to come up empty every time. That's where I take an issue. Okay, you want to feel good, you want to dance sometime, but some people are actually going to church to get answers. They want answers. They want answers to why our community is run down. What's going on? How long will this last? How did our people fall to such depths? You have some people who's going there for answers from God and is coming up empty. That's where the issue is. If you want to dance and sing, okay, that's your problem. But there should be some edification concerning our circumstances going to church. It should be something we pull from that lesson, that sermon that week, that can be applied in that community to change its trajectory. And that's the problem. But yet, now I see why they had it set up like that, where it was about a horse and pony show. It was about people singing and dancing and jumping around without getting scholastically into the book, learning the book and obtaining the book and eating that roll like the Bible tells Ezekiel. Studying to show thyself approved. Because why? They wanted what? You got it. A spiritually dumbed down population at the same time they're rolling out when the mark of the beast is rolled out. When no one would have no spiritual understanding to what's going on in the earth. And by doing so, they would do what? They would follow the Pied Piper all the way off of the cliff. But I digress. I'm going to talk tonight. And again, I want to thank you all for all you who supported the 12-year journey and the testimonies. If y'all want to have some testimonies, y'all can call in as far as the elders if I missed y'all last week. But I want to just really bear down on this real quick. What they didn't tell us what in church, this in church. Now, I'm going to bring out one thing in particular, Elder Lawyer. I'm going to bring out one thing in particular. One thing in particular. And then after that, I'm going to open it up. I'll ask you, Elder Lawyer, and we'll ask the congregation. We'll ask the audience. What is it that you wish the church told you while you were there? One problem I have here is when I did the research to find out that our people are in fact the children of Israel. We are in fact the children of Israel. And that cargo slave ships in captivity was prophesied by Christ. I wondered in particular why they didn't teach slavery and its prophetic impact on our people from the Bible. Why? But in turn, we were taught by the Catholic Church. Now you can say Baptist, you can say Seventh-day Adventist, you can call it what you want. But the Bible describes the Roman Catholic Church as the mother of harlots, which means, yeah, she's the great whore that sit on many waters. But all the churches that splintered from her are part of the harlots. They are co-conspirators. What? Because they're carrying the water for the satanic Holy Roman Empire. Now, I got a problem is because in the late 18th century, the early 19th century, the Roman Catholic Church came with a doctrine that totally switched the races of people according to the Bible. They started teaching a doctrine no sooner as our people were let out of slavery, Elder Lawyer. They started bringing forth a doctrine claiming that black people in America, black Africans in particular, were from the seed of Ham. Now, a lot of y'all don't even know this. That wasn't initially a Christian ideology, claiming that blacks in Africa are Hamitic. They began to teach that particular doctrine once our people were released in slavery. They started to bring forth a new doctrine claiming that they found proof that black people, black slaves in particular, are from the cursed seeds of Ham. And that's the prophecy concerning why we, as black people, are supposed to serve white people. Now, the Bible never said we were from Ham. The Bible never stated that. But under Christian theology, led by the Roman Catholic Church, they put us in an entirely different race of people according to the Bible, so that our people wouldn't do what? Seek Zion or our homeland Israel. They totally put us in a separate race of people so that we don't even know that we're the people that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob's promise goes to. That the end game is that the Gentiles are fighting to keep us from our true biblical promise. And they did this by taking away the heritage. How do you do it? I'll say these black people are from an entirely different family outside of Israel. They're Hamites. Now, I went into this in detail, but y'all need to see this real quick, folks. There was a woman by the name of Anne Catherine Emmerich. Anne Catherine Emmerich. Let me show you this devil. This demonic devil who was moved into sainthood, brothers and sisters. She was moved into sainthood. Now, a lot of you never heard of this woman, but she's a so-called saint under the Roman Catholic Church. Now, this particular woman by the name of Anne Catherine Emmerich, a Jewish Catholic. She was a Roman Catholic mystic nun during the late 18th, early 19th century, and she stated the following in her writings titled, The Life of Our Lord Jesus Christ. She alleged that she received visions at her age of 6. Now check out her visions, and these same visions are now canonized in the Catholic Church as a part of Catholic theology concerning the black race. In her book, or her memoirs, or in her visions, this witch here, book 1:1-5, she speaks about Cain, the children of God, the giants. Now, this is the vision she claimed happened on her bed. But God replied that it would not be so, that whosoever should kill Cain, he placed a sign upon him. A matter of fact, I need to show y'all this. Y'all need to see this. Y'all need to see this. Y'all need to see this. Let me switch it over so y'all can see this real quick. Y'all need to see this. One moment. I'm gonna let y'all see this. Y'all need, let me pull up so y'all can see it here. It says here, it says in book 1:5, it says, but God replied that it would be not so, that whosoever shall kill Cain, he placed a sign upon him, that not be so, that whoever should kill Cain, he placed a sign upon him, that no myself be punished sevenfold. Cain's posterity gradually became colored. Cain, posterity became colored. He was turned black. Ham's children, now look at this. Ham's children also were browner than those of Shem. Demonizing brown skin, this witch did. The nobler races were distinguished by a particular mark, always a lighter color. They increased. They who were engendered children of the same stamp, and as corruption increased, the mark also increased, until at last it covered the whole body. And people became darker and darker. But yet, in the beginning, there were no people perfectly black. They became so only by degrees. Only by degrees. So, folks, you don't know that the ideology that leads to what we just witnessed started with white people believing the visions of this witch called Anne Emmerich. Anne Catherine Emmerich. The Catholic Church enshrined her almost as a saint. Used these records to teach that black people, through this white woman's vision, are from the cursed seeds of Ham. Now, before this, brothers and sisters, there was no ideology putting black people into Ham's family. They know the Negroes were from the tribes of Israel. Before the Catholics came with this new ideology in the Western world to teach black people that they are from a different race outside of the chosen people in the Bible. Now, one other thing, and then I'm going to turn it over to Elder Lawyer, because it doesn't stop there. In some of these books are also upheld by, that's right, the Book of Mormons. The Book of Mormons took on this ideology also, to claim that black people are from the cursed seeds of Ham. Now, one other thing before we go. One other thing I'm going to pull this out. Now, if you want to get all these information with the documents, you have to get in the academy. This is the stuff we touch on here, but I'm touching on it here. One other thing. This is what this demon I just showed you said on her bed. Book 116. And the Mormons uphold this ideology also. I saw the cursing of Ham, but Shem and Japheth received from Noah on their knees the blessing. So Ham don't get any blessings, okay. It was delivered to them with ceremonies similar to those used by Abraham when given over the same blessing to Isaac. I saw the curse pronounced by Noah upon Ham moving toward the latter like a black cloud. There go that bad black again. And obscuring him. His skin lost its whiteness. His skin lost its whiteness. He grew darker. His sin was the sin of sacrilege, the sin of one who would forcibly enter the Ark of the Covenant. I saw a most corrupt race. Look. This is what they are attributing to us, folks. Freeing us from captivity or slavery. And now they put a label on us that would demonize us in the Western world forever as a cursed people. And here's the ideology that black clergy began to take on, believing that what? We are Gentiles when we are in fact the children of Israel. I saw a most corrupt race, and this is why they incentivize corruption in our communities. So that, because what? It validates these lies they created under the Christian theology. I saw a most corrupt race descend from Ham, sink deeper in darkness. I see the black, look at this. I see the black, idolatrous, stupid nations. This is what your Christian church thinks of you, folks. And this is why they incentivize that stupidity we seen earlier. Because that validates what? The Christian view of black people. I see the black idolatrous, stupid nations that are descendants of Ham. Descendants of Ham. Their color is due not to the rays of the sun, but the dark source from whence those degraded races sprang. Huh? So this is why and guess what? As you can see, this widely taught myth has become the true understanding about how all dark-skinned families on the earth came about. One of the most popular quotes of Ham curse comes from the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon. And guess what? Anne Catherine Emmerich is quoted in their information. Joseph Smith used her information also. Now, what y'all seen was just a snippet of a part of the documents we put together for the Hebrew and Bible Academy. If you think we don't be going into history and totally lambashing their lies they've spewed on our people. Okay? Folks, y'all got to get in that academy. But check it out, folks. Amalek, the devil, has accomplished exactly what he wanted to accomplish. Why? They didn't tell me this in church. They didn't tell me that behind closed doors, white people looked at us as less than nothing because of a cursed race of Ham. They didn't tell me that in church. But I'm going to show you the bait and switch. While we were marching for civil rights, they were getting Palestine. I'm going to say it again. Check this out, lawyer. While we were marching for civil rights, the right to sit on a toilet with a white person, they was using the history of Israelites to get Palestine. But they could not have done it without the Christian theology lies concerning black people being what? Ham. Because there was no black people seeking Palestine, because we thought, according to the white teachers, the white Christian theologians, that we were Gentile, that we were a Hamitic race. And anytime this discussion come up, automatically these white theologians and scholars, just like politicians, revert to what? The black discussion always revert back to a Hamitic family. Oh, Ethiopia. Yeah, we can acknowledge you being Ethiopians. They never give us the history of blacks in the Bible. Hence the reason for what? True teachers who are going to teach the Bible with no political agendas of enslaving people. White people were down with the Bible as long as it empowered them over us. Once they got Palestine, and once they got the whole earth and got everyone under some genetic control right now, genetic controls, be able to get us all in a database. Now, all of them automatically now have become what? Buddhist, New Agers, and outright atheist. Outright atheist. While we were marching for civil rights, they were using our political stilo to get what? A self-fulfilled prophecy, get in the land before the land would revert back to its rightful owners. The same way the Bible prophesied our captivity, it prophesied our restoration under Christ. So they were able to destroy us through what? You got it. Claiming that the black people in the world are from the cursed, degraded seeds of Ham. And folks, it's not just philosophy. This is part of European Christian folks' literature. This is their literature. And when we ask them or call them to task, they are taught to play dumb. I'm going to bring you in a second, as a lawyer. When we bring them to task according to the Bible, proving that Christ was black and the disciples were black and that the Christians were black, they're taught behind closed doors to play dumb. Oh, yeah, well, I thought it didn't matter. Well, olive skin, well, it could have been, it may be, while you are staking claim to a land that prophetically belongs to another people, and there's no maybes concerning you. And when they're brought to task, they play dumb. Oh, yeah, well, Moses married an Ethiopian woman. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? No one talk about Moses' wife. Moses was a black man. What are you talking about? And this is what they do. No soon as you bring it up, they're taught to divert and to play dumb or to change the subject. And you can't say it doesn't matter what color you are or who the Hebrews are, because you use the history of Israelites to get Palestine, staking claim as the people. So you can't say it doesn't matter. It does matter. Got me riled up right now. It's okay. They didn't tell me this in church. They didn't tell me that I was an Israelite. Okay, and I'm going to put that out there, but Elder Lawyer, we're going to open it up in a minute, but Elder Lawyer, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Just addressing this topic of the many things, I'm pretty sure there's a plethora of things that brothers and sisters were not taught in the church. As I mentioned myself personally, I've only went to church growing up a handful of times. So I wasn't there enough or frequently enough to become indoctrinated with a lot of the teachings or the lack of teaching that many brothers and sisters received.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I will say this. I know that every time I went there, it was an Easter Sunday. So just by default, being in the church on an Easter Sunday. There's two infractions we're seeing there that could have been taught based upon what the Bible actually teaches about those two particular days. We know, number one, that Christ and his apostles did not celebrate Easter. They celebrated Passover. So just by default, having services on Easter Sunday was an infraction against the scripture, which is something that I wish we probably, I wish we would have learned in the church during those moments that we were there present. Again, the fact that Christ and his apostles celebrated the Passover, you see it in scripture, even in 1 Corinthians, the 5th chapter, it tells us, therefore, let us keep the feast, understanding that Christ was our Passover that was offered for us. So Passover is the day that we commemorate the offering and the death and the rising of our Lord and Savior. Secondly, we were there on a Sunday. We know that, again, Christ and the apostles, we see them operating, worshiping, and teaching on the Sabbath in the Bible. So again, just been in church a handful of times, but in those moments, just by being there, just by default, we were mistaught. Just on those 2 points.
Okay.
But with that,
well, I'm going to ask you real quick before we go into a few scriptures here, and I'll open up the line. What did they teach while you were in church? When you went to church, do you remember the sermon?
to be honest with you, I don't. I was so young. I wasn't paying attention. Probably falling asleep so long ago. I don't even remember the sermon. It probably has something to do with Christ rising, or something to that effect. Or I have no clue.
Let me tell you. Hey, I was raised in the Christian church, and I can tell you, I can run it down to you. I would say 75% of the year, the sermons were God is good. And it's like, I'm going to write down God is good, and I'm going to twist this any way I can in every service, 75% of the year, to show people how good he is, right? God is good. Right. So that's number one, right? The other thing at 25% is God is good, 25%, and you can't judge me, right? God is good, and you can't judge me, right? But when I look into the lessons on a theological level, I can't say I received anything. I can't. Now what I can say I received in personal, I would say, communicating with the Christians I grew up with. They were inherently, the people I've met and knew about were good people. There was something about the church that had us know that, okay, the fear of God was taught, which was positive. Fire and brimstone, the truth of hell. So I'm not going to say it was all negative, but you have to go to certain churches to receive that type of teaching. It wasn't every church would actually go into fire, brimstone. One thing I did like about certain churches, Jehovah's Witnesses, I like is that what? They were every time you look, another person was kicked out of the Jehovah's Witness church, right? They were big on dismembering people if they broke rules, right? So at least they had a line to toe where they had standards set for their members. But that you don't see that in the Christian church, not in the black church, because if you're out of one church in the Christian church in the black community, you just go to another church. It's 4 on every block almost. It's 4, in a 1 mile radius. You can find 4 or 5 churches. So there was really no, I would say there was really no deterrent from doing something in a church, knowing that you can just join another church around the corner, right? But let's go down the line real quick, Elder Lawyer, if we may, right? And
yes, sir.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, before you continue, I think that's a very good point you made. I think to some degree it does depend on what type of church you went to.
Yeah.
What type of denomination? Obviously, I'm pretty sure we're going to hear a lot of the false teachings that came out. But as you were mentioning, you did have some pretty good, genuine pastors that were of that fire and brimstone ilk. Yeah. That I think a lot of brothers and sisters benefited from actually being from or coming from the same cloth or being cut from that same cloth as those pastors who taught in that old school fashion.
And I'm going to tell you, and I think sisters are figuring it out right now. Y'all don't know it. Y'all, hey, I'm going to tell you, men were bullied out of the church. Straight out. Men were bullied out of the church. And see, they started incentivizing women evangelists in our communities, knowing that it would destroy the patriarchy. The only thing we had left ran by men in the community, as an example, was black men, were male pastors. Don't forget, every movement that happened started with what? A patriarchy. Every movement that made an impact in this earth as far as black people started from the pulpit with black men. And I'm talking about from Marcus Garvey all the way to Martin Luther King. Okay? They understood the power of a black man in a bishopric, in a position that was appointed through Christ. Now, even though their ideology wasn't all that, the symbolism is what they wanted to break. And what they did was they started these things where they set up what? Boards and all that, where women started outvoting men, and became the majority vote on who would take pastorship. Because women were bringing the majority of the money in the church, they started calling the shots. No one want to talk about that. And men just got pushed back. Next thing you know, you had women, what? Women administrators, then women deaconesses. It wasn't no women pastors. They were deaconesses at first. And then there was a conflict going on in the black church during that time, Lawyer. Like, hold up. I don't think we can do this, but okay, y'all pushing in, but we're not going to let no pastor happen. And then what happens? And then what happens? I'm going to show you what happens. Last but not least. Let me get it for you. Let me get it right here. Eventually, this would happen. Eventually, this would happen. Let me pull it up here. Eventually, here we go. This would happen. There you go. That would happen right there. This is what they've been waiting for right there. The woman pastor and the woman head deacon. Man, we didn't see it coming. That's the end of the black church. Can you imagine her with 12 disciples? Because that's what they're representing. Elder Lawyer, let's go into the scriptures and figure out what's wrong with this picture right here. Let's go to 1 Timothy, the second chapter. 1 Timothy 2:11. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. 1 Timothy 2, verse 11.
Read it.
Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
Let her do what?
Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
No, let a woman do this.
Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
Let her do what?
Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
With all subjection, read.
But I suffer not a woman to teach.
I suffer not a woman to teach. I suffer not a woman to teach. Now, are women good teachers? Absolutely. But they teach who? The children. They're at home. They're not seeking male positions and male power and authority. They're not seeking that. They're seeking to do what? Pay attention to where she need to be teaching. The children. This is what instilled the traditions, the honor, and the morality in our children, the women. For I suffer not a woman to teach. Come on, y'all, hit that like button, man. Help us out. Come on.
Nor to usurp authority over the man.
nor to usurp authority over the man. And that's why there's no men in these churches, folks. That's why there's no men in these churches. And the men in the churches, you better hold on to your little boys. You better watch your little boys for the men that are in there. Read it again.
But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence.
But to be in what?
But to be in silence.
But to be in silence. When the word of the Most High is coming out, a woman is supposed to what? She's supposed to be sitting, head covered, and totally silent while the man of the Most High bring forth revelation. That's order. It's order in heaven. And Christ is not coming back for a church looking like this. At all. At all. Is he coming back for this? But to be in what?
But to be in silence.
So I'm not just questioning the women here, Elder Lawyer. Something is wrong with the men in this church.
Mm-hmm.
Something is wrong with the men in that church where a woman is usurping authority over him. No, that's a role reversal where women are doing what? They're in a position of a man, a patriarchy, and the men are silent and acquiescent to the women. And to the enemy, to those who have stolen our land, who have continually destroyed us, to them, they're examining this and saying, you know what? Job well done. Because one thing about people who get power, they're very reluctant to relinquish it. Don't tell me these women don't know they're wrong. But once you have experienced power, it's hard to take power back from someone like that. So guess what? The men of the church couldn't take that church back if they wanted. They couldn't take that church. The best thing these men can do is say, listen, we're out of here. We're leaving. We're leaving. And I don't care if the pastor was the pastor and the pastor passed on and she was assistant. No. You're not no mother pastor. You ought to sit down and appoint the next man, the next deacon in order. You're sending the wrong message. So it's not just something wrong with the women in that church. Something is doubly wrong with the men up in there. Obviously, no one is reading the Bible, right? Now, I'm going to go into, speaking of tongues, things a little later, but Elder Lawyer, anything else you have to say before we open up the calls? Because I need to hear brothers and sisters give their own testimony of what they wish the church told them. They didn't tell me this in the church. They didn't tell me that you're not supposed to be speaking in tongues without an interpreter there. That means if no one knows what you're saying, you're supposed to be home quiet, reading your Bible. And if you start shouting some crap no one understand, go downstairs, tie that person up downstairs somewhere, and take them to the bathroom and pray over them. They got a demon in them. That's a demon. Did they tell us anything in the church? Come on. I need you all to come on in. 515-605-9327. Elder Lawyer, Elder Gabar, if you on the side, you can come on in too. But, we're at 8 o'clock. Perfect time. Let's talk about it.
Yes, sir. I say let's get those calls in. I'm pretty sure brothers and sisters got some very interesting testimonies. So let's get to those calls.
They didn't tell me this in church. I need you to give me your personal testimony, and please, and stay within the parameters of our broadcast, please, and not veer it off someplace, please. Be honest be honest and tell the people it's not the Gathering of Christ Church, it's not others. Now that you know the truth, talk to us. Tell us what they didn't tell me in church, what they didn't tell you. Right? I went through a few things, but hey, The churches squandered a serious opportunity in our community. At one point, Elder Lawyer, that's all we had. And you know what? And the pastors and that organization, be it the Baptist ministers, the caucus, whoever they are, took the church of God, leading God's people, for granted. They took the church for granted. They squandered a serious opportunity. I mean, right after Martin Luther King, if anything in the United States, guess what? The black church after Martin Luther King was a political wrecking ball to be that they had to reckon with, that they would need to find out what to do something with. We were unified. And they squandered a serious opportunity. I've been to the mountaintop. I may not get there with you. And guess what? While I'm here at the mountaintop, guess who else was at the mountaintop? Moses, giving the law to the children of Israel. And that's who you people are out here. I've been to the mountaintop, and so was Moses. He was a black man. We're the children of Israel. Man, they squandered a serious opportunity with all those people. The whole earth listening at once. The whole earth listening. Guess what? Islam could never come to that height of notoriety and popularity. They could never come to that level. Let me tell you, the Million Man March under Farrakhan paled in comparison to that moment in the 60s when all of our people were out there together, refused to go to work, shut the whole country down, unified under what? A black caucus, a black church led by black men. Man, what an opportunity squandered. The women were feminine. The women were behind their man. The women didn't think modesty was weakness. The children were being raised. The children were getting educated. The children were raised with the fear of God. But man, did they drop the ball in the 80s or what? They couldn't even use the church for progressing things politically anymore. The 80s, really the 80s and the 70s and all that, really in the 80s is where the ball was dropped all the way. 80s, late 80s going into the 90s, it was over. Man, they squandered opportunity. But Elder Lawyer, I'm going to pull you right back in and hold tight. I need brothers and sisters to come on in and tell us what they didn't tell you while you were in church, because why am I pulling this out, brothers and sisters? Knowing you're an Israelite comes with the responsibility of what? Following the law, statutes, and commandments. Now you are empowered. You have full authority over your being, which is your temple. Right? As an Israelite, you understand you are accountable to our God and his law first. His law first. Now they'll make you believe that's a cultish type of behavior. That's what they'll make you think. Right? But now you need to tell them, no, this is not a cultish type of behavior. Because why? The church has had an opportunity. I was really a devout Christian under this church. I gave this amount of money under this church. And I went there for truth. And guess what? It came up lacking. It's not because of the Gathering of Christ Church or YouTube or the internet I've been free to know the truth. It's the Almighty. See, and they're downplaying. They make you believe that this is what they want you to believe. That if you are influenced outside of that nonsense I've seen right now, you must be in a cult. As if any of us, none of you, can think for yourself. That's what they think of you. But we know better, don't we? So let's go in. And I'm going to show you the damning part of this. One thing, Elder Lawyer, the damning part of this. Because the ball was dropped, Elder Lawyer, many people have walked away from the Bible altogether. They don't think anything of the Bible. They don't think anything of it because how our people utilized it, operated negatively with it, setting up women in the church when the Bible says don't do that, putting up white people to be Christ and the disciples when it's clear in the Bible all these people are black men and women. So it's to a degree where people don't know what to believe anymore. I went to the church and they didn't give me nothing. I might as well go to the street. I might as well hit the streets. There's more loyalty in the streets than it is in some of these churches. So let's go. They didn't tell me this in the church. Elder Lloyd, I'm going to bring you right back, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go. Let me hear from you. Let's hear from you. They didn't tell me this in the church. We'll come right back with the calls. Stick with us. Hit the like button. Okay, I'm interested in hearing what y'all have to say here. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Okay, Hebrew and Bible Academy. We are taking enrollments. Go to historytimes.org. We have a brand new list of lessons that we would like to share. Make sure you are enrolled. Historytimes.org. It's only 2 payments of $75. You pay $75 the first month, $75 the second month, and you get the full 3 months for that price. Hold tight, and let's bring in the calls. Let's go.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, Elder Ramar, I'm live.
Unmuted.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. That's a blessing. All right. If anyone would like to come in, if you have more testimonies, we're open for those too. You know what I mean? I'm open for that. I'm talking about elders. If y'all want to come in for those, I missed Elder Al. I missed many people. So, hey, I'm still here. Elder Lloyd, you with me? If y'all like to come in and give your testimony, elders, I'm open for that, all right? But let's talk about it. They didn't tell me this in the church. Let's go down the line. We're going to start with Eddie. We have Eddie, we have Elizabeth, and we have Elder Abanazar. Let's first start with Eddie. 585 area code.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom, you're
All
live.
praises to the Most High.
All praise to the Most High. You're
Can you
live.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Eddie. Where you
Yes,
from?
yes.
Your location?
I'm from Rochester. My name is Eddie. I'm from Rochester, New York.
Okay, the floor is
And
yours.
this is my first time on the show. I just left the
Hey, brother,
church.
brother, you got to turn me off in the back. There's echo
Okay.
going on.
All right, 1 second.
Hey, if y'all going to be on the calls, you have to turn me off in the back, please. Elizabeth going next, and after that, Abanazar. Yes, Eddie.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Come on, man. Let's go.
Okay, I just left out of the church. I can't. Hold on.
I have to come back to you, brother. I have to come back to you. Sorry. Got to come back to you. All right, Elizabeth, you're live on the broadcast. They didn't tell me this in the church. How you doing, Elizabeth?
Shalom, elders.
How you doing? The floor is yours. Where you from, sister?
I'm fine. I'm Elizabeth I'm in North Carolina.
Okay.
The thing that they didn't teach, they kept drumming John 3:16 down our throats.
Okay.
And everything. We gotta love everybody and all of that. They didn't really teach us too much, but the only thing that they got right was they didn't let a woman preach or teach. That was the only thing that they got right. Other than that, everything was John 3:16.
Well, that's
and
what
I
they taught.
believe
What we're asking you, sis, is what didn't they teach you? What do you know now that you didn't know before? Is what I'm asking.
Well, they didn't tell us that we were the people that the Bible spoke about. They kept telling us that we were Hamites and all the other nations except for, the Israelites that the Bible speaks of. They didn't tell us about why we're in this condition that we're in. They didn't really tell us much of anything. Everything was all John 3:16, and I believe they quoted a few excerpts from Matthew, and that's about it.
Okay, sister, those are some good points. When did you first? How long have you known the truth concerning you yourself being an Israelite according to the Bible?
Since 1989.
1989.
My husband and I started off in New York, in Harlem, with ISUPK. So,
man,
we've been from there.
Oh, you've been in it for a long time. All praises be to the Most High. All right. So, man, there's a lot of ups and downs through the ISUPK, and you finally made yourself here with the Gathering of Christ Church.
Yes, we've been listening since at least 3 or 4 years.
Oh.
And we also got in touch with the body here in North Carolina.
Great.
And we're just waiting to hear back.
Okay, well, I have your number here. If you got in contact already, did he call you? Did Elder?
No, they just sent me an email.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Elder Amar, take her number down, and so I can text her number personally to Owl, okay? Now, let me ask you this, because, I have to go back in those days. Were y'all there during the time where it was teaching the doctrine that the UFOs will be back by the year 2000?
Yes.
Were you?
we were there.
Hold up. Were you in the church in the year 2000?
Yes.
Okay, what do you think? What did you think?
It was right before we left. It moved to North Carolina.
Okay, but this is what I'm asking you, though. What did you think a day before the year 2000 came in?
That it wasn't going to happen.
Okay. But that didn't shake my faith at all, you understand, because really, but a year running in, they started prepping people in case it didn't happen, right? And they like to change their tune on that, but it's all good. But I'm glad you sustained in that one false doctrinal issue there didn't stumble you concerning our commitment with the Most High and His laws and statutes and commandments. So I thank the Most High for that. And we're gonna, hey, you know, when you're coming from that old school, there's a lot of conversation we have to talk about concerning doctrine.
Absolutely.
Because there's a lot of stuff that was just off that we have to discuss, and we'll talk about that, like the reincarnation and all this other stuff. That heaven and hell is a condition, and there's no heaven and hell. There's no hell. If there's no hell, then they're taking the power from Christ when He says that He went and took the keys to that area to release souls for the resurrection. So there's a lot of false doctrine out there. And I don't know, have you been in the academy?
Yes, I mean, this is number 10 or 11.
Okay, well, you fine then.
For me?
Well, you fine. You know the doctrine then. That's good. Don't worry about it. We'll give you a call and, hey, welcome you to the body, sister.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go back to Eddie real quick because I know Eddie wanted to say something. It frustrated him that that his phone wasn't working correctly. All right, Eddie, let's see if it's working now.
585 area. This is Eddie.
Okay, you got it together, brother?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, talk to me.
I think so.
The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. I just came out of the church. I've been in the church for over 30-something years. Under my father's a pastor.
Okay.
And just right before the pandemic, I had basically started feeling like they wanted to go back to the old ways, and we could not go back to the old way. Number one is Christmas trees. They never read about Jeremiah, I think it was.
The 10th
where
chapter.
They said going into the forest, decorating the tree, and under our bishop, we had a Christmas party, and I remember telling my father I would never go back to another Christmas party. It was just the Most High was leading me from the church. And now I'm a part of GOCC in Syracuse.
Praise the
my
Most
brother
High.
Alexander, and they did have a body at Brockport in Rochester, but I missed that one and was able to hook up. So I drive all the way every weekend to on the Sabbath to Syracuse from Rochester.
Praise the
because
Most High.
there's a word. There's a word. See, when you were playing the background with the dancing and stuff, I didn't realize that was not biblical. And it seemed to be a norm in our churches.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to my father, I said, well, Father, I said that. I says, because I was an elder in the church. I said that. I says, what if the government tells the non-vaccinated people to, that they can't come to church? And what would you do? He said, well, I can worship from home. But see, he was the one, my mom's and all of them, everybody in the church just about, and mostly women. Hardly no men in the church. Youth are gone. And they don't see that it's drying up. And me and my father started classing over scripture, that about the rapture. They're teaching false doctrine in that. And me and him classed over that because I used to believe in that. And I started listening to Pastor Darby before he passed on, and then some others, and then I started following Elder Ricard, Elder Lawyer, and so forth. You guys, and had to find me a body, so I'm waiting to get baptized.
Okay.
I was just under Officer Gannon's teaching the other day, so I'm excited, but it's the church is collapsing. And my father called me the other day real quick and got on me because there was one of our brothers in the churches, he said he was confused. And my dad said, don't mess with my members. You left the church, right? So leave it that way. I said, okay. I said, Dad, you accountable to these souls? I said, I was only telling the truth. I said, I'm done with it.
Okay.
So,
all right.
but yeah, they're not teaching in our churches what the word says. What I'm learning now, I'm telling you real quick. What I learned now in the Hebrew Academy, out of 30-some years in the church, I didn't know nothing. I stripped myself of being the elder and the chaplain I don't know anything. I come in humble. So I'm learning more now in the Hebrew than I've ever learned in my whole life.
Oh man, praise the Most High. But I'll tell you what,
I am blessed.
I'll tell you what. I'm sure your father is a good man. He raised you in the fear of the Most
Yes, he
High.
is.
So there is some
Yes, he
honor.
is.
There is honor due there, right? So
Yeah.
honor your father, and don't disturb his congregation. And I'll tell you how the way you interact with him, with the word, instead of clashing with him, may lead to a turnaround. You never know. You never know. So you respect your father's wishes. He's a man of the Most High. He's doing the best he know. But the Bible says you can't put new wine in old bottles, lest it burst. Some information may break people, may break their faith. So the Most High can work with him in due time and just let him know, listen, I respect everything you've instilled in me, Dad. And as a matter of fact, it was what you have instilled in me that led me to look further. Make sure you let him know that.
I did, and he left out in the Baptist church.
Yeah.
He said that in the Baptist church, you had to be a Mason in order to be a deacon. My grandfather, I didn't know was a deacon. He was a praying man, but the Lord let my father out of the Masonic and into holiness, and that's what we got into.
Yeah.
But I will say this. They came from a convocation that had this thing, and it says from Adam's rib to women's lib. These women, that opened the door for those women in Kojic to start preaching in the churches after I saw that. From Adam's rib to women's lib.
Oh, my goodness. Well, brother, thank you. I appreciate it. And you know what? We welcome you to the body. And, hey,
thank you, sir.
Let's get ready. Let's get ready because we're in a spiritual battle and men like you are needed, brother. I really appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
I'm going to place you on over, Ed. All right. Thank you. All right. Going to the next call. And I'm glad these brothers and sisters are giving their personal testimony. Because most people would think when you're coming with a different doctrine that, okay, you're being brainwashed, it's a cult. No. These people are actually waking up to see the Bible for what it is. The living word as it is written. Outside of the slave doctrine that kept us asleep. Okay? And I'm glad these people are giving their own testimonies because what? Myself, from the beginning of this, showed an example of what we witnessed as children growing up in the church. I was on end. People just shouting and moving around and hitting the drums with no knowledge being taught at all. While the enemy is doing what? Putting drugs in our community, criminalizing our community, separating the families, doing all types of stuff. Criminality is actually rearing its head all in our community, but yet there's no spirituality in our churches to actually oppose the evil. We're not taught that. That's right. The church or the temple is placed in a vicinity to do what? To oppose the wickedness in it, not to excuse it. See? So while we were sitting there dancing and all that, the community was being purchased right up from under our feet. Gentiles coming in, taking advantage of us, pillaging us, taking our finances, setting up stores, buying our houses, buying our mother and father's property while we were sitting in church screaming and hollering. And at the same time, while we thinking that our people are Gentiles, Hamites, nothing, other people are claiming to be us, going into the land using that political status to do what? Get incentivized and financed by the UN body. Okay, finances and all that every year do what? Finance that country. But yet, here it is, you can give money to the state of Israel while the children of Israel suffer under your foot. Nothing goes to the children of Israel, but yet if other people claim to be Israel, they get everything. And I believe that's a direct result of churches, our churches, taking our eyes off of the ball. Off of the ball. It's like we are so focused on civil rights, not realizing, no, we had a national right as Israelites, a sovereign right as Israelites, and we threw all that away for civil rights. I digress. Let's go to Lydia now. Lydia, let me tell you, The nation that have the state of Israel, you think they care about civil rights? We took our eyes off the ball. 302. And then I'm going to Abunazar. Yes. Shalom, Lydia.
Bless you, Elder.
Bless you. They didn't tell me this in church. The floor is yours.
They did not tell me that I needed to read the Bible. I mean, when I came in the church with my Bible, they would tell me to close my Bible, and I would have to go with their program. You know, they would hand out books, and it was his own interpretation of what he wanted to preach about.
Controlled literature.
So yes.
Hold up, sister. Hold up, but that's not a cult. Controlled literature where you cannot see outside of his theology. And yet they're telling you to put the Bible under your chair and follow his philosophy. But that's not a cult, though. But go ahead.
Well, yes, and I never understood the Bible because he would tell me to take it home and read it, but I didn't understand what I was reading because I was expecting to come into the house of God to be fed his word, you know. And another thing is they never told us not to have relationships with members. I mean, I didn't have that experience, but I saw it in the church. You know, they didn't tell us that.
They didn't tell you what?
So they didn't tell the members not to have relationships with other members.
Oh, are you talking about casual getting together, or are you talking because usually it's okay for people to marry each other in the churches? So what are you talking about?
That's not what I'm.
Okay, so they didn't dissuade casual dating in the church.
Right. I saw a lot of that in the church, and even children coming out of the church, you know, in these relationships. So, and that I didn't really like going because, you know, it was like the video I just saw. I mean, our people are so crazy. I mean, we go there, we shout, we jump. I got tired of getting hit and knocked down, you know.
Hey, sister. Real quick before you go there, I'm looking at these sisters dancing, and I can't but help and think, I can't help but wonder what this white woman in the center of all of this sitting down is thinking. Like, there's a white woman that strategically have placed herself in the middle of this nonsense. And I noticed that she was just observing this. Like, she came to church, and I'm like, hold up, is that a white woman back there? No, that ain't a light skin. That's a white woman. Probably a white satanic liberal.
I see it.
You see her? And you know,
I see her. She's
and guess what?
Yeah,
she's not doing anything. She's just observing the nonsense. It's like someone, you know, just observing this spectacle. I'm gonna play a little bit. Hold up. Oh no, she got a little. She got a little shoulder action happening. So eventually the spirit hit her too. A little shoulder action, but she still stayed put. But go on. She stayed put. Go on. What else you have to say?
Yeah, it made me leave the church because, like I said, I was an observer myself. I didn't do all this crazy stuff, you know, because I didn't understand it, you know. But I remember one day going up to give my tithes and offering, and one of the deacons hit me in the head and knocked me on the floor.
I was like, what is
that's
this? Abuse, ain't it?
Yeah, I
fellowship. Yes.
You don't go
Yes.
to church. You don't
So-
go to church. You don't go to church to get Ike Turner. Lord have mercy. So you say the deacon went upside your head, huh?
Yeah, he went upside my head, knocked me down on the floor. Yeah.
Man, we can have a whole show. We can have a whole blog strictly on that. You know what I mean? Did the people believe that you caught the Holy Spirit, or you just knocked out? What happened there? All right, it's time for me to go to the next call. This is digressing into nowhere.
They knew I was knocked down. I mean, without any permission at all. I mean,
Lord have
I was
mercy.
just coming up there to get my ties. What are you hitting me for?
When to get
And knock
ties
me down on the floor.
and get Ike Turner. I'm gonna tell you, they got some stuff going up in there. All right, thank you, sister. I'm glad you. Welcome to the truth. And guess what? Before this, that church where you were Ike Turner, that's not considered a cult. Okay. To know the truth and actually read the Bible is cultish. All right, thank you. I'm gonna put you on the hold. All right, 862 area code. Sasha. No, matter of fact, Abunazar, Elder Abunazar.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how you doing, sir? I'm still on high from the 12-year journey, young man. But go on.
Kind. Elder, I just wanted to put it out there, no disrespect, anything like that, but I am nowhere near shape or form. And Elder, I'm just a brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was Abunazar from Florida. I'm sorry. Brother Abunazar. I thought you was an elder from Florida. I'm sorry. Go on.
I just wanted to say, Elder, something that wasn't taught to us while I actually went to the church myself.
Okay.
It was just, I am from the Houston body, by the way. I
Bless
just
you.
wanted to say real quick that something that wasn't taught to us was how important it was to build the next generation.
Okay.
Teaching the next generation as far as bringing them up in the way, the truth, and the knowledge of the Most High. That was something that was not taught to us. I remember going to the church, seeing my mother and my father, going into the church, operating, like how we saw the people on the church as far as, jumping up and down, looking for a blessing, so on and so forth. But that was one thing that since you've been operating and doing this broadcast was how important it was to just build the next generation, teach them the word, build them according to the word day and night as we walk, as the scriptures say, as we walk in the day, as we lay down, so on and so forth. That's what kind of stuck out to me, Elder, and I yield with that.
Yeah. You know what I did like? You know the part I did like about church, though? I have to tell you the truth. It was about, this is where distinguished gentlemen or distinguished young men, were actually severed from the rest of what was going on in the community. You put on that suit, you know what I mean? You're nice and clean. You smell good. You put on that suit. It represent. I'm saying, but it did represent something in our community, though, right? Like that clean cut, nice suit. You know what I mean? It's like, listen, I'm trying to do something outside of just being up in these streets. I'd rather be there serving God, trying to find Him. And what I like about it is the sisters back then. I don't, the modest apparel, the shamefacedness, a little dainty and femininity that happened, and with the women in the church, and the men were always dressed well. Always dressed well. So I'm not gonna just take it all and say there was nothing positive there. But all in all, I wish they would have taught the Bible. I wish they would have told our people, listen, here's the reason why drugs is being ran in your communities. This is the reason why your families are being separated and have been separated since captivity, because in Deuteronomy 20:28, it prophesied like that. It prophesied that if we don't follow the laws, statutes, and commandments, that diseases would cleave to us. And look at it, sexually transmitted diseases and all that, because why? The promiscuous behavior, the operating without a law. If they'd have told our people we're the children of Israel, it would have changed everything. And I'm gonna tell you, they were slick though. I like how they did. Man, it was slick how they did it, because Israelites started to have an impact in the late 80s, early 90s. a lot of people started coming out of the churches hearing like, hold up, we may be Israel. And no sooner as that happened, they began to finance the mega churches. They pulled out people like T.D. Jakes and all them. And what that did was, believe it or not, I call that particular type of situation, brother, it's like they turn T.D. Jakes and others, it's really the Walmart for spirituality. Instead of the mom and pop stores, people go to Walmart. Well, instead of your corner church where you grew up with your pastor, know your pastor, your mom and pop pastors, they made a spiritual Walmart with mega churches. And it sucked all the energy out of the communities, because those that had finances, that was to do good in the community, they all wanted to be where the limelight was. So that sucked all of the professionals and those that had anything out of our communities, and we were left with just people with nothing to fend for themselves. I'm gonna tell you, it was strategic. The same time Israelites started teaching, they segued from the fire and brimstone to the mega church. They're like, we need to get these people out of these churches immediately who has influence. And T.D. Jakes, Creative Flow of Dollars, Creflo Dollar, and the rest of them led the charge. And that in of itself destroyed the local community churches. And you understand? That destroyed it. Because now it's what? It's no more than power talking now. What they're doing is presentations. Those are not sermons. They're doing presentations. They took the business model of presentations and did what? Move the whole sermon component out of the way and became what? You got it. Focus teachers, life coaches. And through all of that, we lost what? Pastors. We lost pastors. Well, thank you, brother. Great call. Great call. I appreciate it.
Shalom.
Shalom. Sister Sasha. Sister Sasha. Okay.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Oh,
they didn't tell me this in church. What they didn't tell you, sister?
Shalom, Elder Akar. It's a pleasure speaking with you. All
Shalom.
praises to the Most High. I was recently baptized with a GLCC South Carolina body, so I'm really excited about being a part of the body.
Bless you. Round of applause for
has
you.
been awesome. Yeah, Deacon Mashar has been amazing.
Praise the Most High.
But to answer the question, when you did that live stream on Patreon the other day, this is a question that I thought of. They didn't teach me this in the church. You know, the live stream about being equally yoked with husband and wife. And I just feel like, you know, as a young woman, because I'm only 30 years old, as a young woman, you know, if I had known that, think about like all the crazy stuff that I've been through, you know, trying to figure out who would be the right person that Ahia would send me. You know, we go through all this and that. If we had known the correct process, you know, as a young lady or as a young man growing up in the actual truth, we would have bypassed all the craziness, you know?
Absolutely.
And also to add on that, the proper roles of a wife and a husband. I think that is so important. They never taught me that. And I grew up in the Baptist Christian church. So, I mean, honestly, I just started my journey in the truth last December. And it's just been amazing. I mean, Deacon Mashar laughed at me because I told him, like, I can't stop watching videos because I'm just trying to gain all the knowledge possible. So I sit and watch everything. Like, I go back to your old videos, your old teachers, and I just think that is so big. I mean, I have a huge list, but I'm not going to go through all of them. But that was the main one that stuck out to me because you just did that live stream on Patreon. As far as, like, you know, the proper roles of a husband and a wife. And I think that's really affecting our community with a lot of people that are still in the Christian church, you know. They're not being taught that. And we're just You know, they just allow people to do whatever in the congregation. You know, they don't teach any type of discipline, rules, processes, procedures on how to do things. And I really feel like that's messing our people up. And I yield with that.
And that is a good point, because even back then, churches, well, really growing up from down south, you couldn't just step to a woman. You had to step to their father. You had to go to their father. Even if you liked someone, the father had to do what? He had to give the green light. He had to set the expectations for his daughter. And that's out the window now. And if the father wasn't there, who's next in line? A male figure in the home, or the pastor. So yeah, all of those rules are out of the window, which are really biblical rules, where it's like, well, listen, in order to get a woman, you got to show your worth. The Bible says, listen, you must pay a dowry for her. That means you are invested before anything happens. Okay, so listen, if there's a loss, you're losing first. So the dowry was to give the father what? It's to indemnify the father for raising what? A helpmeet that's going to do what? Bring forth your legacy, your honor in the earth. He made her to make a legacy for you. So men in biblical times, they knew you couldn't just step to a girl because you like her or she like you. Nah. Family, marriage is business. Marriage is business first. So it's like this. No, it's not. Because why? Sooner or later, the infatuation, the bells and whistles, the butterflies wear off in what you have. So it was like, no, if you want the wife, you have to pay a dowry for her. And it's whatever the father said. Now she comes in with worth. Like, if you can't work to get her, then what work you going to do with her? So the Bible set that precedent. And believe it or not, a lot of those principles we had down south in slavery, outside of slavery, we were sharecroppers and all that. A lot of those things were inherent in our people, even after we lost the knowledge of ourselves. But that was lost in the Christian church. And I believe when Christian church became more so entertainment, when it became a show, and it became more about the music than the gospel in the word, is when our community lost everything. Because you can't talk about gospel and the first thing come to people's mind is music. Right there, you done totally destroyed the whole meaning of gospel. Gospel isn't entertainment. Gospel is what? The good news to the children of Israel, that Christ came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So when we started paying more attention to the music side in the church and not the gospel side, it would all go downhill from there. I'm gonna let you get the last word before I go to the next call.
I definitely agree. And I grew up in New Jersey, so it was a little different. Like, I'm in South Carolina now, but I grew up north in, single parent household and all that. So, and the pastor wasn't there to go through that process, like me going through him to find my husband or whoever, So I just think that's detrimental for our community. And, the more people get into the truth, I think that it's awesome, especially these young kids, because I'm 30 years old. Like I mentioned, I feel like it's a lot of younger people waking up. So we really need to get them involved with the church and the body, so that way we can help them not go through what a lot of people have gone through. And I deal with that.
Well,
but,
sister,
I really appreciate speaking with you, Elder. You've been amazing with my journey, and I just thank you so much for the knowledge that you kick, because it's just life-changing for me. I mean, so many beautiful things have happened since I've been in the truth. And ever since I got baptized on September 5th, it's just been amazing for me, honestly.
All praise be to the Most High, sister. And thank you. Great call. All right, I'm going to place you on hold, okay?
You.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay.
And, it's not just with young women, young men, too. It seemed like we were just trying to find our way as we went along. But obviously, the Most High understood our intent, and eventually he guided us to the word. Time and chance happens to all men. So we can't look back and have regret on what didn't happen. That's right. Now that we've received this, what are you going to do with it now? Right? That's where it's at. Because why? One thing that's great about these blogs and these conversations is that conversations are being had that wasn't being had before. That's what's great about this. The fact that we can talk freely without outside influence. The Most High is directing us back on the path. We're having conversations amongst our people that we never had before. And I believe these conversations lead to what? Resolve. It leads us back to the path, folks. And the fact that we're having these conversations, I thank the Most High for it, because I look back at it and I ask the question. This is what they didn't tell me in church. Everything that we're dealing with in the Gathering of Christ Church is what I originally went to Christian church for. I wanted to know the Bible. I wanted to know the Most High. I wanted to know who I was in the Bible. I wanted to know who the enemy was. I wanted to know why we were on the bottom and every other nation is actually on the top. Everything that I wanted to know in the church is what I found out here. I wanted to know about the heavenly tables. I wanted to know about the mercy seat in heaven, how that equates to what's going on in earth. I wanted to know the Bible. Yeah, I love singing in the church and all that. I love doing all that, but guess what? It was lacking. What's next? 347 area code Norrell. They didn't tell me this in the church.
Shalom, Elder.
How you doing, Norrell?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. The floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you. So I had a few things written down just in agreement with the other ladies that were speaking. One thing they didn't tell us was to read the Old Testament, to read the law. We were, in fact, encouraged or dissuaded, I should say, from reading it. I started out when I was about 16, and I was in a Christian church. And it was like wealthy off people that would come to like a soup kitchen. And my family, we were pretty much poor, and my family would go to the soup kitchen. I was mostly in the streets. So when they found me, they were just like, their heart broke for them and for me rather. And they said that they felt led to like bring me into, Christianity. So that's what began my journey. Immediately my family, they pretty much turned their back on me because they thought they called me a holy roller and things like that.
Okay.
So that started the journey. But once I started finding the truth, then I just was like engulfed in it and wanted to read. And then I would ask questions from the pastor. And at first they were happy about it. But when I went into the Old Testament, they basically said, that was done away with, and explained to me how Christ had come to set me free and not to put me in bondage, and that was bondage. And that didn't sit right with me. And so I would connect anything I found in the Old Testament with scripture that I found in the New Testament, and then I would come back to them. And then they just basically told me I was being combative. So I stopped, going that route because I knew that wasn't the truth. If it was the truth, I would have had the answer. So then that led me to go to the Spanish Pentecostal church because I'm Puerto Rican. So then only thing I knew was that these people my family told me to stay away from, those women did dress modest. They wore skirts, had long hair, and things like that.
Okay.
So I started going to their church. And then I felt really good, but there was still certain things lacking. And then there you would see the same things like you see the falling out in the spirit. Okay. And I would wonder, why wasn't I getting that, And I would never fake something like that. I read the Bible thoroughly as much as I could on my own without getting answers from pastors. And I knew that would be blasphemy, like, pretending that you had the spirit or something. But many times, I would always go up for prayer and, pastors hitting you in the head. I had sisters catching me and pulling me and laying me down and covering me up with a sheet. And I felt like obligated to lay there. Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't feel nothing. Why am I on the floor? I'm uncomfortable. People staring at me. It was just so uncomfortable, and I didn't understand. I just was left with more questions than anything. And then I just kept questioning, and I seen everything that was happening in the world, what everybody would call conspiracy. But from real young, I found that scripture where it says, don't call everything conspiracy like that they call conspiracy. And I always knew something wasn't right. So I just kept looking into YouTube, and that led me down the rabbit hole, I guess you could say, what led me to you guys this year. And everything made sense. Every single thing that Ahia had me question and he kept me from participating in, it all makes sense now. Me and my children, we're happy. We're looking to join the Philadelphia body. And yeah, we all take this to the Most High. You know, little by little, we would find out about Christmas. We stopped going to churches because of that. And when I finally started going back to the Pentecostal church after a few years, feeling led by the Spirit to go back to church, because it just didn't sit right with me not to be in church. You can't know the truth once you know it. Then in the Pentecostal church, that was so rigid and so strict. Women couldn't speak or nothing like that. They would put people in discipline, which would be in the Spanish one. I'm saying in the Spanish church. For example, if you wore a skirt that was too short or too tight, then you have to sit out. You couldn't participate. You were like shunned, and you have to complete a certain time and stuff like that.
Well,
so when I came back,
if you can round it up, Nordell, because there's a lot of things I wanted to touch on. Matter of fact, let me stop right there because you got a lot there. So let me touch back on a few things, right? First and foremost, when they said that don't follow the Old Testament because the Old Testament can put you in bondage. That's what they said, right? The Old Testament and the law puts you in bondage. Sometimes what you have to do is you have to call them to task on that. What part of the Old Testament puts me in bondage? See, because now listen what I'm saying though, and I'm saying this for the audience, because they're not trained to actually to respond to you challenging that question. They're not trained for that. Because usually when they say, well, Christ, they usually use Christ as this magic thing to make everything else disappear without them actually giving you scriptures on what they're talking about. Well, Christ came and he freed us from bondage. So that's the Old Testament. Well, okay.
Name dropping him.
I'm saying,
that's no more questions.
Yeah. So in good earnest, I can take that. Okay, I respect that. But what part of the law puts me in bondage? And I'll ask them. Because eating lamb when it's only 3 steps away from pork isn't bondage. That's a choice. Okay, that's not bondage. Okay, so that's a choice. That's not bondage. I'm free to sin. Is that what you mean? I'm free to sin without being accountable for my sin? See, and this is what I do when they're quick to use that. Well, since Christ, the law puts you under bondage. And I'm following the law and I don't feel binded. So what part of the law puts you in bonds? And I ask them. And usually when that question comes out, sister, you know what you hear in response? Crickets. Because they never even looked that far. They didn't even go into what they'll do in the Old Testament that would bond them. No. So you have to question that. Oh, the law puts you under bondage. What bondage? What? I'm free. I'm free following God's law. Matter of fact, I'm better following the law because the Bible says pork. I not just use on a low level. I use pork as an example. I'll use pork as an example. I'm free to look at Leviticus, the 11th chapter. Look at Leviticus to know clean foods. And I'm free to choose the clean foods that are not too far from the pork. That's not bonds. I don't feel I'm under bonds if I choose beef over pork. Okay. I don't feel like I'm in bonds if I'm following the Passover, the day that Christ fulfilled, over Easter. I don't feel bondage with that. I don't feel bondage with following the holy days of the Bible instead of Christmas or Easter. So what are you talking about? See, they don't expect you to challenge that. And usually it's good enough for other people misunderstanding Paul's epistles. And that's what they use, the misunderstanding, because they don't know Paul's epistles. They use them to their own destruction. Okay? So sometimes you have to challenge that when they say the Old Testament brings bonds. How do you know when you were taught to not even go into it? Is that through experience, or were you taught to respond with that? But go ahead.
No, that's exactly what it was, and that's why I would ask them those things. And once they didn't have a response, it was clear they would just say I was being argumentative and things like that. So that right there told me what I needed to know.
Okay.
I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna touch on just name the things that I was
30.
told.
You got 30 seconds, sister, because I gotta go to the next call. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Sure.
All right, go on.
The women's role. We wasn't told about the Sabbath, food dietary limits, demon possession, or the true last day signs, like such as God pouring out His Spirit upon children and different things like that.
Okay.
And we wasn't told about not cutting our hair.
Exactly. Showing how a woman's hair is her beauty. Right? And really, that's all in the New Testament, Old Testament, and all that. Because I'm going to tell you, that's another thing. That's a curse. That's a curse in the Bible when it says that a woman should be bald. That's a curse. But if we're taught that to understand how to nurture ourselves and bring up ourselves according to the law, even sisters, when you're spiritual, you're eating the right things, and you're doing the right things, your hair is your glory. It'll show in the growth of your hair. It'll actually grow. But that's another point that wasn't taught. But thank you, sister. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Shalom.
All right.
That's the other.
Welcome to the body. We have Sharon. We have a lot of sisters. She have a question and a comment. And after that, Lena, what they didn't tell me in the church. Sharon has a comment and a question. Then after that, Lena. I wonder where Sunshine is. She went on a hiatus. Where are you, Sunshine? I've been looking for you. All right, Sharon, what's going on, Sharon?
Shalom, Elder.
How are you?
I am good. Thank you for asking. How about you?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Let's do it.
So I spoke with you before, and since I spoke with you, I got baptized on August 25th at the beach in Florida. And I met a lot of brothers and sisters there. Yes.
Praise the Most High.
What I wanted to tell you that one thing that I believe that the church never really taught us, they never really taught us how to pray.
Okay.
They never taught us how to. They never taught us how to pray, and by that I mean, they taught us, a lot of, Jesus, 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 but it's almost like taking the Most High out of the picture. And one thing I found over the years, in going directly to the Most High for very important things in my life, like when I was going through infertility, and getting on my knees and asking Him about it, and He answered very quickly with 2 beautiful babies. Right?
Oh, praise
then
the Most High.
I continued in the church, and I kept feeling like I was going behind them to pray differently than what they were saying. And at one point, I even told them, I don't really feel like we're praying on one accord, so I don't really need to be here. But I went to the Most High to find out the truth. No one came and told me. I told Him, something is wrong. I need to find the truth from you. And He started opening the stuff like gangbusters. So I've been studying every single day since 2017. And the day that I ran into you and Loya, you guys, you look so young. And I remember exactly where I was standing. I mean, everything just stopped. And I started following you all. So they haven't really taught us how to pray. Yeah.
Well, hey, welcome to the family, sister. Now,
thank you.
Now, some people. Let me ask you this: do you foresee yourself? Do you see yourself for any reason going back into pagan Christianity?
Oh no, never. Because the things that happened that led me up to that point, I had literally made up my mind that I'd rather walk alone and let the Most High help me than go back into the church.
Okay,
and I'm
thank
telling you,
He stepped
right in.
Yeah, and there's a reason why I'm asking that. Okay, there's a reason why I'm asking that. But thank you, sister. I appreciate it. And I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna bring lawyer in for the reason why I posed that question. But go ahead. You have the last word. Go on.
What about the question? I had a quick question.
Okay.
And I don't want you to be mad at me about this, but it's a burning question.
No,
I know
ahead.
you had mentioned about the Mormon book and everything, and I'm wondering, is there any possibility you think that they could have taken writings that belonged to us in the first place and then kind of just jacked it up by adding in whatever they wanted to about us?
Absolutely.
Just wondered.
Listen, Joseph Smith did find golden tablets by the North American Indians. But here's the issue. The Book of Mormons isn't that. The Book of Mormons was created by the Freemasons, and they used certain information to give some validity to their satanic doctrine from the Church of Latter-day Saints. So they did take some information with some accounts, but the majority of the book is bogus. A matter of fact, you can go online and see how many passages they took verbatim out of the New Testament and just cut and pasted for the Book of Mormons. I'm talking about the majority of the book is a cut and paste deal, where from the Old Testament and New Testament, they cut and pasted verbatim in certain chapters to make the book.
Yeah.
So it's so convoluted with garbage by the Freemasons that you can't, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Okay. So you got to, yeah. And some people say you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. There's nothing in that book that you can't get out of the Bible. So you might as well just throw it out, because I can break down the lost tribes of Israel and showing who the Indians are and all that in the Bible itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And guess what? There's more. Let me tell you, there's more information personally that wasn't tainted by the Edomite Freemasons here in America, like the Hopi Indians and their history and prophecy. There's so much more stuff that's put together that we can utilize concerning their history here, instead of Esau's intrusion and destroying those tablets with the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is straight trash. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's straight trash. Okay, and that's with me actually studying the book and knowing that some of that history in there is what they got out of the golden tablets. But the doctrine behind it, it takes you right back to Roman Catholicism. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Elder.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your answering that.
Thank you. All right. You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right. Elder Lawyer. Let me see if is Elder Lawyer still.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me bring you back in, Elder Lawyer. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, your video back. Yeah. The reason why I asked her real quick about is there any reason she would go back into pagan Christianity? Because there's videos out there, not too many, where it doesn't make sense to me, where some people would say, I was an Israelite. Right?
Right.
I was an Israelite, but now I see the light and I'm a Christian again. Or I'm a Christian and I was an Israelite. And that's confusing to me. Because it means, to me, these people never believed in the first place. Because being an Israelite isn't a religion. It's who you are. That's number one. And how can you say you left the Israelites who follow the law, statutes, and commandments only to go back into the paganism you were saved out of? So what, you're celebrating Christmas now? You're celebrating Easter? Now, I can see if they say, well, I can't get down with any group. I had a bad experience in a group, and I no longer want to be a part of those groups. I can understand a person saying that if he wanted to or she wanted to. It's your body, do whatever you want to do. But there's no way a person can actually renounce their national identity as an Israelite. What say you on that?
Yeah, we see it time and time again. for whatever reason, people make the decision to, I guess, go back to Christianity or some form of Christianity. Why people decide to do it? Usually, we see it through means of offense. With us, it's never really started off. When I say with us, I'm speaking about people who may have been members of the body at some point and decided to go back. It was always rooted in some type of offense. It was never, and I'm just speaking from what we know. It was never from.
Okay, your video froze. Real quick.
Okay.
All
right, let me try something.
Yeah, but I understand that one thing else I wanted to say about that is that what I recognize when people say, "Well, I'm no longer an Israelite, I'm going back into Christianity," you never see any follow-up showing what church they are a part of and where their ministry now has taken them.
Yeah.
You never see a follow-up. It's like they're being used as a prop to give a negative connotation or view on Israelites, but no one ever chart their progress on whether or not these people are better people now that they've made that choice. Okay,
exactly.
what church do you belong to? Since Israelites aren't the way, obviously you must have the way. What is that? Where's that church? You never see a follow-up on anything when really the reality is it's not them going back to Christianity. It's them actually showing vengeance and vitriol from whence they came, only to eventually go back into the world or become atheist altogether. I've seen that too.
Right, and that was the point I was leading to. It's usually a segue back into the world.
Yeah, that's all it is.
If this was wrong, and you have a newfound truth in Christ and Christianity, we should see the works that follow your newfound truth in ministry. But we never get an opportunity to see that.
Okay, thank you, other lawyer. I'll take a few more calls, and we're gonna just help me with that as we go through. I need you to get the scriptures where it talks about the three prayers that David, when you go into the Psalms, the 3 times for prayer, if you may. Man, what's up with this computer?
Yes, sir.
I need you to get that for me, okay? Hold on. All right, I'm gonna just take the calls because this computer is
Okay.
Hold on. All right, let's go. All right, going down the line, 321 area code Lena, then Amia. Okay, Leah, you're live with the Gather of Christ Church. They didn't tell me this in the church. What they didn't tell you? What didn't they tell you?
Assalamu alaikum. How are you? First of all, I want to say thank you to Elder Fernell and Elder Gabar. Introduce us to the Pittsburgh body with Elder Gazak, and the body welcome us with the full warm welcoming. And I want to thank you for supporting Yasserak Clothing. And I want to say thank you to all the brothers and sisters that been supporting Yasserak Clothing throughout the year.
Okay. Praise the Most High.
And for say that, Elder, I just want to let you know that we with the Pittsburgh body for like a year now, and we have a workshop. We did have a workshop for men and women men. My husband teach them how to do mechanic, welding, and carpentry, and I have the workshop for women to do sewing, hairstylist in-house, and we're gonna teach our youngster how to do things hand-on, like a skill workshop. And by saying all that, I want to ask you a question. In any video or advice that you can give me, so I can run the workshop according to TOCC guidelines.
Oh, well, that stuff have to be discussed on the outside of the broadcast. But what you can do is get with the brother there and have the brother contact me, and I'll do that on the outside of the broadcast. No problem. We'll talk about, because we do need tradespeople, really home economics, a lot of what's missing with our children today, learning how to take on trades. So there will be a place for that. All right. So just let the brother know you spoke with me, and I'll reach out to you. Okay.
Oh, okay. And Elder, the thing that the church didn't tell me is I was with the Mormon, and they didn't tell me that Mormon people think of black people is the sin. That's why you're black. And they also do baptize for the dead. And what GOC teaching is the dead is you cannot baptize for anybody. You can only save yourself.
Yep.
And when I'm in the Mormon, they let people baptize for the dead, and they just name people out, and they just dip you in the water like 10 times for 10 people. So I never understand that.
Yeah, the Mormon. Let me tell you, there's a lot of esoteric occultists, which is the right word, occultish behaviors and rituals in the Mormon Church. I mean, I'm talking about they do some weird stuff. They do a queen bee ritual where there's a woman behind a white veil and other people crawl up into a space and all that in Utah. I mean, what made you out of all religions become a Mormon?
Oh, no. I was just, I was raised Buddhist, so I'm searching. So
you were raised Buddhist? Okay.
Yeah, my mom.
Let's roll this back real quick. Hold up. I don't know. Are you black?
I'm black. My father is black and Indian, and I'm Indian, Vietnamese, black, and Chinese, and Vietnam.
Oh, okay. So now I understand. So you do have Asian in your blood that led you to the Buddhist side. I wanted to know that. Okay, so you went from Buddhist. I mean, what a contrast. You went from Buddhist to Man, hey, it doesn't matter the journey. Doesn't matter the journey. The Most High got you here. All right. Hey, it's all good. Welcome home. You can finally rest. You went from one pagan, one pagan circle to the next. But go on. It's okay. You're back home now. Go on.
Yeah, but one thing I don't understand, Elder, that all the Asian, they claim they're Buddhist, but they celebrate Christmas and Thanksgiving and Easter every year. And I asked my mother why you celebrate
Go ahead,
Christmas,
I'm listening.
and she said,
Go ahead, I'm
she
listening.
like the smell of the.
I'm listening.
Yeah, she said she just like the smell of the tree. That's why she celebrated.
No.
And I explained to her what's going on, but she still, they
sister,
still all doing it.
Sister, it's not really the smell of the tree. It's because Buddhist, Christians, Arabs, Muslims, New Agers, at the base of all their religions, it's Babylonian. That's why. Because it's the same religion from the Tower of Babel, regardless of the geography. That's why a Buddhist will celebrate Christmas. Because they were all worshiping Semiramis and Nimrod and his son incarnate, or Nimrod incarnate Tammuz. They were celebrating that at the Tower of Babel. So once the tongues were split, the Asians took that Babylonian religion. They just call it Buddhist. The Indians took it, and they may call it Hindu, but it's still Babylonian origin. Same thing as white people. They switch. White people try to hide it by calling it Mithraism. It was Mithraism first, and then it turned to Christianity. But it all comes from the Tower of Babel, where they were celebrating, that's right, the winter solstice, and what? The virgin child, Nimrod / Tammuz. That's why. It's still the same God, Satan at the helm of all their religions, and it's the same Trinity that they worship here on earth. That's why. Are you in the academy?
Oh yes, Elder. I'm in the academy.
Okay. Okay, well, you would know that then.
After 7 years, I don't want to be. After that, I finally joined the academy since 2018.
Okay, praise the Most High. Hey, we got some brand new lessons coming, so I hope to see you in the next one, all right?
Yes, Elder. One more thing I want to say that the workshop is not just for the Pittsburgh. It's for anybody.
Well, sister, I do have to get to the next call. I don't mean to. I got to get to the next call, sister. I will deal with the workshop with you, but we'll deal. I already segue off that. I'm going to get with you. We're going to talk to the workshop with you and your husband. I have a lot of people, okay? I apologize, but I got to get to the calls. All right, thank you.
Okay, Elder.
All right, bless you. 214 area code, Amia. I have to get through the call, so I apologize. Amia, 214 area code.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
I am well. I am blessed.
They didn't tell me this in the church.
I know you got calls.
No, go ahead. Take your time.
They didn't tell me this. I would say number one, and because I have been studying with you guys, and I started studying, I guess, in 2019.
Okay.
But Enoch, they did not go into Enoch. They didn't even mention the book of Enoch. Had they done that, we would have known about the angels, about heaven, and about hell. So that wasn't expanded on. And then the bloodline of Christ, they did not go into that. Then I noticed that the book of Jasher is mentioned in the Bible. They did not even mention that. And Jasher has so much information in there that we missed a lot.
True.
And I think I was saying that my dad he's 71, I believe.
Yeah.
And when I was telling him about Enoch and about the things that I was learning, he was so interested in it, and I bought him the book of Enoch. And he's been reading Enoch every night. He's almost done with it. But I was so happy that he was reading it, because I thought I was going to have to read it, chapter by chapter over the phone with him, just to, get him to hear the whole book. But yes, this truth has been quite a bit. And he's my dad is a deacon. His father is a pastor. So we grew up in a Pentecostal church.
Great.
So for him to even entertain anything outside of what he's been taught, I am so blessed that he's open to learn the whole truth and not just part of the truth. But he's learning, through me, that there's more that he did not get a chance to learn.
Ain't
but
that amazing?
Basically, it is. It truly is. And they don't teach on Revelation like you guys do. As a matter of fact, they don't teach on Revelation much. In the end times, you would think that's what they would teach on a lot more now than any time, but no.
Yeah. I mean, I believe pastors became too dependent on the literature that's sent to them by these theologian organizations, these Jesuit organizations.
Right.
They like their sermons, their exegesis, their Sunday school. It's like pastors have become lazy when it comes to preparing their own, literature or their own teachings. It's more so simply just to pay your dues online and have these white satanic theologians send you information each week so that all of you so the churches are on page under their control. So now all of the churches are learning the same thing the same time by the controllers. And I think that's one of the biggest issues in our Christian church. They join these organizations, they pay a fee, and instead of in the spirit operating and getting information, this stuff is just sent to them by this organization who keeps them on code with the movement of the ministry led by Jesuits. So I think that's one of the biggest mistakes, all right, that's going on in the Christian church. Well, thank you, sister.
What I've also learned in the South, that they controlled our churches in the South. And they would always plant one person in particular in the church so that didn't go off code. They never taught outside of the scripture. Because I can remember my grandfather teaching us that that Christ didn't have, that he wasn't white, but he didn't say he was black either. He just went with scripture and described him. But had we known for sure, I think that things would have turned out a little bit different for a lot of us, because we would have been able to relate to the people in the Bible.
How about this?
But thank you, Elder.
Sister, before you go, I know there's a little delay, but how about this, sister? Great call. Like in the late 90s going into 2000s, there was this rush on the Catholic Church, on the black churches in America and other churches to support the state of Israel. Now, I believe people should support whoever they want to. That's your business, right? But there was this designated push to say support Israel, black churches support Israel, right? And what I find ironic is that no one is saying support the Israelites in our communities. We are black people who are Israel, and there's no theological or theologian push by the mainstream Christians to support the Israelites who are suffering in our communities. And I find it ironic that our people will be first to support a country or a state that's separate from them, while our people, Israelites, suffer in the communities. I just wanted to put that out there, because you can support it who you want, but you get a full people who get finances, subsidies from Germany, the UN, billions of dollars in finances, military, and everything else. But then the pressure is put on us in our communities to support that. And if you're going to support Israel, what about supporting the Israelites in your community who are suffering, who don't have land, who don't have anything? See, and that's what I'm saying with our people. We need to come together, because people talk about reparations and all that, but these people were able to get this money by staking claim to a prophetic ownership according to history. And we just can't say slavery is why we need reparations. Slavery, no. The Israelites were able to spoil the Egyptians as Israelites. They were on code with one another and know that if it wasn't for Israelites in the country, Egypt would not have become rich. So if anything, we need to look at that model and say, well, hold up. Obviously, they know something. To get all what they've received, staking claim to what? An identity according to prophecy. We need to get on code with that and say, okay, if they can say support Israel, okay, they have the right to do so. We need a campaign to support Israelites. Every church out there must support Israelites. And who are the Israelites? The people who are suffering in your communities. You're telling us that we need this and we need that because of a cough, because of this, because of that. No, we don't need none of that. What we do need is what? True acknowledgement according to the Most High. Historical acknowledgement, so that now a president has been set. If they set a president to stake claim to this, they receive that. Now we can use that same model to say, okay, what's up with us? What's up with our people who are suffering? We don't need there was no vote that had them get a country. There was no campaign. There was no council. There was nothing, none of that. They were able to say, well, guess what? There's no people in the land, which proves that land was desolate for a time. And we're here, and these people said, well, we're going to stake claim to the place since blacks aren't staking claim to it. So I wanted to put that out there. This is what we haven't been taught in church. The political power that comes with us staking claim to Israel as a people. That's what we weren't taught in church. We were taught to support Israel without them telling us who are the Israelites. Thank you, sister. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Shalom.
Shalom.
Blessings to you.
Yeah. And I seen when that campaign began all in our neighborhoods. I'm like, what's wrong with this picture? You got a people who have their own community, their own schools, their own synagogues, their own country, and now they're pressing us to support something while we're suffering? Support the Israelites here. And they were putting all this guilt on our churches while our people are suffering in the communities. I'm like, what's wrong with this picture? Yeah, support Israel. I'm an Israelite. Sunshine, talk to us.
Hi.
They didn't tell me this in church.
Hi, Elder.
How are you?
Hi, Elder. Hi. Shalom.
Come on, talk to us, young lady.
Okay, I'm just so excited.
I'm excited too.
Okay. Elder, the opportunity of many of the churches and focusing on the opportunity of many of these churches and focusing on the heads of the pagan temples specifically seems, like you said, an occasion to deceive the whole world. Whether the pastors knew they were going wrong or not, the change of the tide came, like you were talking about, from MLK onward. And knowing that I'm Israel has changed the entire scope of my life. Because before, under the churches from Seventh-day Adventists who replaced Israel and believe they're the 144,000 of the tribes and spiritual Israel exists, to the Baptist, to the non-denominational, to my gradual downgrade to the liberal, be a good person in society, world, church, religion, I might have known, some things about morality and civility, and in some cases, some Sabbaths, but without the feast and the days spoken of in the Word. But I didn't take ownership of any of it. So I worshiped whenever it was Saturday, Sunday. The mantra was it didn't matter, especially when I saw the hypocrisy all around me of fornication and the envyings and the backbitings, dissemination, all the things that Paul talks about in Galatians. And I just followed what the person in front of me in the line or pew did. And I slept literally and figuratively. But as a lost black person, quote unquote, who had no idea the true knowledge of myself, except that I was a born slave and Christ was white because they said so. I only aspired to be kind and assimilate comfortably in the pagan society without making waves. And to do so, I would become the best black, acceptable white person that I could be. And I didn't belong. I never belonged because I was the lost daughter of Zion. So I wore the mask, and in fact, I became it. So the spring off into every aspect of our lives as Israelites seems to stem from not knowing who we are, like you said. And in fact, the first time I even heard of Ham was sitting in a classroom where there was this Jewish rabbi teacher saying that, and I was the only black girl in the classroom, and listening to Paradise Lost, and every student looked at me when the curse of Ham was read, and I just brushed it off like it was just a situation of racism because I was so lost, but they looked at me as if they knew me, though I didn't know myself. So the entire construct that I have come to find out is the religion to deceive the masses and keep us in bonds, to keep the whole social construct in balance with all the poor at the very bottom undisturbed. But in this truth, I have been set free. As the scripture says, I can now understand the depth of my position as a woman compared to my confused position in the Christian churches and in the world where I believe in the independent feminist woman disaster view. And now understand how important it is to support my husband, know my place, and preserve and restore legacy by raising my children in the living word and the love for Ahia. And I now know the importance of following the holy days and towards the judgment, the time. And I truly am understanding the mercy and severity of our power and the wonderful grace of Christ's sacrifice. And none of these things I knew in the churches that I now know as a Hebrew. And I praise the Most High for this, and I pray that I never, ever let it go and endure. All praise be to the Most High.
There you go.
Praise the Most High. Oh,
bless
praise
you, sister.
the Most High. Bless you, Elder.
Bless you. Bless you. Someone said, who's tickling that girl? Hey, y'all be cracking me up sometime. Sunshine always bring she always bring the sun, right? Chastity is up next. What they didn't tell me in the church. What they didn't tell us in the church. And guess what? No sooner as we find out that Christ is a black man, everyone become Buddhist. You notice that? I mean, boy, I remember TBN, Jimmy Swaggart on TV, the white Jesus, and the Shroud of Turin, and the tree crying, a cookie with the shape of Christ, with Cesar Borgia. Man, when we thought that they were the people, no one could oppose the Bible. But no soon as we found out, hold up, soon as the Most High woke us, that's not them. They're mimicking you. You're the people. No sooner as we find out being late to the party as always. We find out that the book is ours and they say, okay, there's no need for it now. We got Palestine. Okay? And matter of fact, we're going to question whether or not Christ was real, whether or not the Bible is true. Who cares about the book anymore? We used it to get the land, so mazel tov. Okay? Don't worry about it. We late to the party. As soon as we find out, the whole world become atheist. Who would have known? But guess what? As long as we were in the dark and supported them and looked at them as the chosen people, guess what? No one could rival, or they had arguments concerning its validity that no one could oppose it, because why? It benefited them. Okay? To let you know, they only utilized it to do what? For power. It was only about power for them. It wasn't about belief. It was about power. Okay? But hey, the Most High done pulled the rug right from under them, though. The children of Israel has risen from the ashes, and guess what? The Bible says if we knew we had a place, that we lost a place, we would seek to return there. Hey, Elder Lloyd, I need you to grab me that too. No soon as we find out that Christ is a black man, everyone become Buddhists. Ain't that something? They're like, listen, we ain't giving nothing to no black people, okay? I'll give you an overweight Asian man before we uphold the black man as Christ. All right. Chastity, you're live. Elder Lloyd, get me that. If we knew that we lost a place, we would have sought to go back. All right, to return that.
Yes, sir.
Let me know when you got that. All right. Chastity is on the line.
Shalom, Elders. My name is Chastity from the Dallas Body.
Hey.
I have so many stories to share, but I'm going to keep it short. So by
Take
the
your
age
time.
of 7,
Take your
I was
time.
reading the Word.
Take your time. Go ahead.
Okay. So by the age of 7, I was reading the Word. I was baptized at 7. I was evangelizing in the Christian church by the time I was 12. So quite naturally, by the time I was in high school, I thought the sermons was getting repetitive and things of that nature, and I was seeking more. I was seeking more. I wanted to go into Revelations. I wanted to go into Daniel. And the preachers, the pastors, they never wanted to go into those words, into those books, because, I mean, they were basically unlearned. But shortly after, I read the temptation story of Christ being tempted by Satan. So I asked my pastor, why does Satan have that much power that he can offer kingdoms to Christ? And they would just tell me, you got to focus on Christ. We don't want to focus on the devil. And so I argued, why not, when Ephesians 6:11-12 says that we need to put on the whole armor of the Most High so that we might be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. So why wouldn't we, find out who the enemy is? And I was always taught that, you're supposed to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Okay.
So if Satan had that much power and authority while Christ was here, just imagine how much power and authority he has now. Imagine Satan in our cities and in our neighborhoods, in our communities, but also imagine Christ in order and law in our communities. I mean, to know that our involuntary worship of Satan or the enemy, that was what was keeping us in bondage, not the law was done away with. The law wasn't keeping us in bondage. It was the involuntary worship of Satan that was keeping us in bondage. So I just feel like if the Christian church would have taught that, our people and our communities wouldn't be so bad, that we would want to be structured. We would want to have order. And it's just a lot that could be said with just knowing that Satan has that much power over our government right now. Long story short, I never got the answers that I had thought. I was actually going into other records for about a year that I wasn't supposed to go into, just trying to see what the mysteries of the Most High was. In 2012, a brother, Jerry Miles, he introduced me to the truth. I accepted it maybe a few months later, but your video from Babylon to Rome to America, it it answered all of my questions. And I still watch that video. I show that to everyone. My boys watch it. It took me to 2020 to join the church, but I wanted to say in contrast to the Christian church, it is amazing to see men working in the church, to see men working fervently and faithfully and willingly. It's just amazing. And if I might add that what our church is doing, raising money to go across the world to baptize, I have never seen a church do such a selfless act as that. And I guess finally, I just want to say that, I'm thankful for the leadership and the teaching. It took me 8 years, but I'm glad to be here and to be a part of the body. It's wonderful people in the Dallas body, and they have embraced me within this short period of time. I'm overjoyed and I'm grateful. And with that, I yield. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, that's good. All praise be to the Most High. Let me ask you this, sis. Do you see for any reason yourself going back into pagan Christianity?
No, sir. No, sir. As I said, I found the truth in 2012, and I was a teacher in the Christian church, and I kind of used that as an excuse not to join the body. I was thinking, maybe if I use elders teaching, I could wake some people up in the Christian church. That never happened, and I want to say that I'm just overjoyed where I'm at. The people, it's just a different experience. The people are, it's just a different experience, and I'm just glad to be here.
Well, welcome to the body, sister. Bless you. There you go, Chastity. Bless you.
Wada, thank you.
Other lawyer, you got it? You got
yes,
it,
sir.
Let's read it.
All right. This is Hebrews 11, verse number 13.
Go on.
These all died in faith, not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and were persuaded of them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. For they that say such things declare plainly that they seek a country.
That they what?
That they seek a country.
See, they had us seeking civil rights, folks. And wrong answer. While we were looking one way, they had their sight on what? On Jerusalem, on Palestine. Civil rights. They listen, they'll give you all the rights you want as long as they're at the helm to control your rights. Okay? They'll give you all the civil rights you want as long as you'll exchange what? Virtue and righteousness and honor for freedom. Okay, as long as you'll take liberty to destroy yourself, they'll give you all the freedom you want, all the rights you want. And while they're giving you freedom to destroy yourself, they're seeking a land that prophetically belongs to you. Read on.
Verse 15. And truly, if they had been mindful of that country from whence they came out.
Hold up, Brother Lloyd. If we were mindful of the country we came out of, this is the New Testament, folks. If we were taught in the church that we are the children of Israel in exile, read.
They might have had opportunity to have returned.
We might have had opportunity to return. So it's the people who don't believe in Christ who took our prophecies to go back. And in the New Testament said, if we, the believers, if we had a mind of the country that our forefathers were exiled from, we would have a mind and desire to go back. And not to physically go back, what to do what? To begin to follow the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High and receive Christ so that he could receive us back while taking the land upon his return. What we're teaching here is the real gospel. Thank you, other lawyer.
Yes, sir.
It's the real gospel, all right? They telling us to march and civil rights. Oh, move over because I want to sit on a white toilet. And you believe that's progress. I want to vote. And your foreparents died to vote. We are extolling too much energy in the wrong directions. Who control the polls? No sooner as we started voting, they came up with a new thing, the Electoral College. so that our vote is now what? Filibustered. It's like they stunted us by saying, well, if the black people voted with all the children they're having, the popular vote, they would influence they would influence the presidents and the politicians forever. So we need to put in what? A fail-safe. So even when they gave us the right to vote, they put in the Electoral College to make sure that our vote didn't do what? Didn't have a mainstream or the majority influence over the country. So we were looking in the wrong place, brothers and sisters. We were supposed to come back on code as Israelites. I don't care. Let me tell you, I don't care what you can say about, and this is them, and I'm going to give them credit for this. Whether or not they're atheist Jews, whether or not they're unbelieving Jews, whether or not they're Orthodox, whether or not they go to the synagogue or not, whether or not, it doesn't matter. What they all have in common is they will all agree to be Jews. They'll all agree to be Jews, whether they believe in the Torah, the New Testament. They can be Messianic Jews, they can be Orthodox Jews, Old Testament Jews, they can be atheist Jews, but they all agree to be Jews because they know what comes with that. Status and a land. And with that land, they're unified. And guess what? That's not going to work with us saying we're black. There's no place anywhere that's written in the earth that black people get anything. Okay. You know what you get black? You say you're black, that you get exactly that. Look at your dictionary. Look at the definition of black, and that's exactly what we have received. Next call, Sierra.
Hello, Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom.
Yes, even though I didn't grow up in the church, I would like to say that one thing they didn't teach was how to be better children to our parents and how to be better parents to children. And I'm not a parent, but it's just like a lot of dysfunction in most families, and this, this resentment that I think a lot of children kind of feel for their parents has made them turn their back on the Most High. Like, they never got the love or the respect or something to that nature, to the point where they just done with religion or got the Most High altogether. That's something I've seen a lot, and for myself, that kind of made me, I didn't go through anything severe or anything, but the question was still there because I've seen a lot of this dysfunction going around, and it just always made me, wonder about what the Most High really believed about, or like what was his stance on this. So it actually led me to search for him even more, because I always felt his presence, and I longed to want to be a better daughter or child to him, and not only that, to my parents as well. And it's just, they just don't tell you how to really honor your parents, and how parents shouldn't provoke their children to wrath. So that's just something that is kind of like taboo in our community and a lot of things. And the other thing is the angel of presence. They I didn't even know about that until the church. So that's,
and sister, you know what that comes down to, and I'm glad you mentioned that with the parents and all that. We as a people lost our moral compass. Right?
Yeah.
Because parents, since we're not on code and have no religious obedience to God, our children went haywire. And it's really doing what? Highlighting our disconnect from the Father. If we're not in order with him, the Most High show us how out of order we are by our children. Right? So it's like we're out of order. So if the parents are out of order, then the Most High is going to say, you're not right with me. Check out your children. That's how I feel about how you have turned your backs on me. Now it's about, we lost our, going back to that point, losing our moral compass, right? See, I don't know if I'm telling my age, but it's I'm gonna tell you, it's as if right now I feel as if things are backwards, upside down from the time when I was growing up. It's like we've entered a paradigm. Like I woke up in the twilight zone. Like there's no moral compass. We say father and mother and disobedience. There used to be a fear of our parents growing up. And this is how you can tell there was a greater fear. And I'm going to use myself in contrast, right? Growing up, right?
Yes, sir.
A young man would have to sneak. Oh, there go Elder Gabar. Elder Gabar, I got you. I'm gonna bring you in. I didn't see Elder Gabar. A young man had to sneak to get an earring in one of his ears. I checked it. I'm going to show you how much it have changed when it comes to the fear of parents. We growing up, you had to sneak to get an earring in one ear. And then when your parents was around, you would take it out real quick and all that, because that was a sign that something is influencing you outside of your parents. Right? Mm. Then I looked up, you had in the 90s, 2000s, you'd have guys run around with 2 earrings. And when we were growing up, if you had 1 earring, we got to watch what you're doing. But 2 earrings was a clear sign that you were gay. Right? I'm talking about when we were growing up, how things have flipped around. When we were growing up, sister, there was no such thing as any people, male or females, in the community with tattoos. You know who had the tattoos? Bikers and the scum of other communities, or the lower rungs of other communities that was on drugs, that was selling drugs to people, that were out there on heroin. It was these types of these drug crazed people on mushrooms and acid and it was more so hippies. Like you would find one tattoo parlor next to an occult place where witchcraft was on South Street. And that's where the tattoo was, where the freaks and the weirdos lived. You didn't see brothers and sisters with just tattoos. No, it wasn't like, the only time we seen tattoos really, and it was before our community, it was the Spanish community or the Latino community in our community where the gangs started coming from the West and onto the East Coast. That's the first time we saw in the poor communities tattoos, and these were these were gang people. I'm talking about a whole community with no tattoos at all. It was the freaks, and I'm talking about it's like they turned everything upside down and took all of the bottom feeding activity and placed it on our people. We weren't like this before. We would look at it like how sisters would look at people like that, and other people, white girls look tats. Okay, she just came off a pole, because that's what the girls, they had tats on, snakes on them, and all that, and girls looked at it like, no, that's dirty, that's not clean. Mm. So we talking about, I'm talking about the moral compass being totally destroyed in our communities, to the point where the things we look down upon became the norm. And I don't know where it entered. Hip hop, somewhere it entered, and it destroyed us. It destroyed us, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was raised old school by my parents, and so in my generation, like, I'm seen as, like, not cool or whatever, and it's always been fine by me, because I've always been considered a old soul by my parents and stuff like that. And I know I'm blessed that my parents were there and gave me the wisdom. Yeah. And I was able to, like, see past any of anything that I didn't necessarily agree with them and everything. And but I know it's a lot of kids out there, or adult children of parents that just have a real resentment towards their parents, because some of them, they were cursed out by their parents, like they're like just all these things, and that's just really created a resentment towards not only their parents but to the Most High. And it's just unfortunate to see a lot of people go down that road and not get to know the Most High because of that.
Yeah. Well, sister, I'm glad you brought that out, because it took me back. I'm going to tell you, I don't care how, I'm going to place you on hold. I'm about to bring Elder Gabar in. Great call, sister, great call about the disobedience and the moral compass. I really appreciate that. Let me tell you, let me tell you, when it came to music, Rick James brought the funk, okay? But there was nobody where I lived at thought about putting on a wig and putting glitters on their face and wearing some tight pants with platforms about 6 feet off the ground. Nah, he brought the funk in the music, but we knew, listen, that's a weirdo there. Okay? Because why? We had a biblical foundation here. We realized somebody got to that boy. It was a different time back then, folks. Like Rick, we were looking at Rick James. We're like, yo, the boy, he could do some music. But how do you be a grown man, almost 6'1", go into a wig shop and put glitter on your hair and put some tight pants on? That was unheard of when we was growing up. We was like, yo, the devil got that boy. Let's bring in and I don't even want to bring Prince into this conversation. Let's go. They didn't tell me this in church. Let me tell you, church set a moral standard, getting back on code to where we are. Where at least by growing up in church, we understood what was weird, what was wrong to some degree. But what they didn't tell us in church, they didn't tell us that the things that we were recognizing is because we were the people of God. That we had a different standard as a people, even in darkness, because what? We were inherently the children of the Most High. And it seemed like we lost all of that altogether in this society today. Elder Gabar is in the house. I can't hear you, Elder Gabar. I can't hear you, sir. No, I can't hear you. Your mic isn't working. Nope, I can see you, but I can't hear you. Elder Lawyer, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Elder Lawyer is working, so your mic has to work, Elder Gabar. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, just I'm gonna take you off. Just text me when you're ready, okay? Your mic isn't working. All right. Okay. All right. Next call at Elder Gabar and Mike. Oh yeah, this weekend we're going over to our Feast of Tabernacles here on the East Coast. So we're going to be out there amongst the congregation for a week under the stars this weekend. So it's going to be great. For those who are in the academy, we're going to give you we're going to send you a lesson to have this week until we pick up week 9 the following Sunday, because the whole week we're dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles, which starts this weekend. Okay. So yeah, we're going to be going live from the Feast of Tabernacles out there, men, women, and children. We're going to be cooking everything, a whole week of camping out there, dwelling in booths like the scriptures say. It's going to be a great time. So we're going to record a lot of that will be recorded, and we're going to upload that. And I'm going to ask again, while we have so many people on, to go to A Gathering 144. Go to A Gathering 144 and subscribe. They're unsubscribing people from our A Gathering 144 page. So I would appreciate it if y'all go to A Gathering 144, the main page, and make sure they didn't unsubscribe you from the main page. A Gathering 144 YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure it's not red. Hit the subscribe and say you would like to receive all notifications. All right. Let me know when you're ready, Elder Gabar, okay? 202 area code, 202 area code. They didn't tell me this in church. Talk to me.
Hello.
How you doing? Your name?
Oh, hi. My name is Christina.
How you doing, Christina? Where you from?
I'm from Washington, D.C., but I'm in Maryland.
In Maryland. All right. Talk to us. What they didn't tell you in church that you know now?
It was a lot they did not tell me. It's two things. I'm not going to hold you up, but it's two things I want to talk to you about real quick. Okay. The first thing is a lot they did not tell me. I actually myself had, when I spiritually awakened, went to a church that was supposed to be called a Black Power church, I guess. I did not know that. And they had a graven image of the Most High. I did not know. I was learning as I go, and I wanted to do music and stuff. And I went through something that I don't want to say what it is right now on the phone, but I went through something that caused me mental disturbance because I was threatened and everything. And it was tough. It's still tough for me because I'm still battling.
You can't touch on that and think that we're gonna just slide to the next topic here. So
I know you want to talk. I know you want to say something.
Just relax. Bear with me. You said that you were threatened by someone in the church?
Yes. When I went to go after my dreams, basically, I thought that was where I could do it and where I could accomplish my dream. And the Most High showed me really that these churches, I have really experienced, that's what I'm trying to say, that I have really experienced that these churches are.
Who threatened you and why did they threaten you? Let's keep it within those parameters.
When I tell you this, you won't believe. I could have sued them. It was the wife of the pastor that did this to me.
She threatened
and
you.
caused me mental pain.
Sister. Now, let's not talk about the mental pain. You're safe now. She threatened you. What did she say, and why did she threaten you?
I don't know why, but the way that it happened, I knew it was to me because I had went to accomplish my dreams, and back in the day, it was because of my mother had taught me to go and ask for help. I was accomplishing something big, okay? That's all I'm going to say. And I went for help from the church because my mother is old school, and she was serving, and she believed that, like, when you do a business or something like that, the church would finance you and, stuff like that. So that's why that happened to me.
Sister, I'm trying to work with you here, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, well, the second thing, can I talk about the second thing I wanted to talk about, or do we want to finish this?
I don't think we're going to finish the first thing. Let's go to the second thing.
Well, the second thing, after I told you what has happened to me, the second thing is I have been having some dreams involving you, and I know that you know what dreams really mean. I don't want to discuss them on this line.
So, sister, you don't want to talk about anything. Hold up. No, just calm. You're putting stuff out there, and you're not. You're taking up space without saying anything.
Because I want to be contacted. I want to be contacted personally.
Okay, so you're calling to say you need a call from me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, a serious call.
Okay, we'll do this. Elder Amar, take down her number and your name again?
Christina.
Take down Christina's number, and I'll call you while I'm at the Tabernacles, okay?
Okay. Please don't forget.
I won't
had 4
forget.
dreams involving you.
4 dreams?
4 dreams involving you.
All right. We're going to call next week on that. All right? Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Shalom.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Let me see where Elder Gabar at. Lord, in the morning time. All right. Elder Gabar, where are you? Okay, you can come in now. There you go. All right. Lord, have mercy. All right. Let's do it. Okay. I don't think I'm still on here. Let me see. All right. No, you're still not coming in, Elder Gabar. You're not coming in. Let me call you back. Let me see. 1 second, Elder Gabar. For some reason, that dropped. 1 second.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, Ramar, they dropped me for some reason. It doesn't matter. I'm back now. Pull me back in, Elder Ramar. Pull me back in. Right? Oh, there I am, right there.
Unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Let me go back. Boy, I was threatened, and she was threatened by the pastor's wife, and Lord have mercy. I'm telling you what's going up in those places. 816 area code. Let's go. 816 area code. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing? This is Akbar Azal here out of KC. How's it going?
I'm doing well. You're live. Talk to us.
Hey, I had a question. I guess it's pertaining to instead of well, I guess I can say as far as my testimony. First things first is they never did really let us know or let me know that I wasn't a Gentile, and that was kind of the overall view of it. Never really understood what Israelite was. And so that was a big deal there.
Okay, so what you're saying, in the church, they told you, they was teaching you that you were Gentile.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And okay.
Yeah, and that was pretty much that. It covered everything as far as the doctrine. Every piece of doctrine that you teach, that we study with you, was never taught there. And I used to go to church many times, and I had a pastor that went into the Bible, and he would we would have about 30 quote unquote precepts, but it just probably wasn't to any avail. So I wasn't real sure about that and wasn't getting too many answers. So I went on and left.
And when did you find the truth concerning our people in the Bible being the children of Israel? Hold on, Gabar, is your mic working now? Hold on. Gabar, your mic isn't working. Gabar, hold on. Gabar, your mic isn't working at all. Lawyers is working, but yours not working. All right, okay. I'm sorry about that. So fix that and you can come back. All right. All right. All right, brother. You're live. Talk to us.
Yeah. Yes, sir. My question was, I just want to preface it a little bit just to, kind of give it some context.
Yeah.
With the scriptures, I believe it's in Romans where it states that those who didn't have the law, they are law unto themselves.
Yeah.
Reading that at that context, that it was back then where the gospel was just gaining traction and moving forward like that, with it being now. Well, the scriptures also said that the gospel would be preached to the four corners of the world, and now we're here today with the age of information.
Okay, when you say back then, the scriptures never pertain to just back then, or it's one way because it's gaining traction. The Most High is outside of time. He doesn't deal with time like us. So those scriptures apply today like it did the day Paul was inspired to write it. There's nothing different.
Yeah. Okay, so my question is, would anyone be able to be exempt from hearing this word in these days?
There is no exempt. The Bible tells us time and chance happen to all men. How many people have you talked to? How many people you talked to outright rejected it? And that's just you personally. That same person have ran into this truth many days and rejected it. Not just with you.
Not the rejection part. I was speaking of the hearing of it part, but yet still operating.
Yeah. Hearing and being it's still the same. Having the opportunity to come to this truth. Every person will have that opportunity. Every person.
Correct. Okay. That's what I was getting at. So
yeah,
there's no excuse.
There is no excuse.
My man. All right. Thank you, Elder. That's what
All
I was calling about.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No
Shalom.
problem. Shalom. All right. Next call. 352 area code.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
Shalom. They didn't tell me this in church.
They did not tell me. I wish they had told me what happens after death. Because I think that being in the academy, amazing academy, for 7 years straight, I've learned so much. And I wish they had told me what happens after death, because I think that coming from the church, most people in the church fear death because they just don't know what's going to happen or what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish they had told me what I knew now, because I grew up in fear of death. And I had to learn through the academy and, and strengthen my faith and learn what I know now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to leave my family. I pray the Most High have mercy on me to see his return and I can walk into the kingdom, but I don't fear it as much as I did when I was in the church. And then I also wish they didn't tell me that once saved is always saved, because that's what they did tell me, that once saved is always saved. No matter what you do, you're saved, and, commit murder, commit adultery, no problem. You're going to go straight to heaven. I remember the pastor preaching that in the sermon, and that's when I said to my husband, that's when I knew he messed up. And I said to my husband, it's time to go. And we left the church that day when he said, it doesn't matter what you've done, once saved is always saved. We left the church that day and then ended up in GOCC, which I am so grateful the Most High chose me and my husband, woke us up, and we're here today, sir.
Once saved, what type of hot mess is that?
Yes, sir. Once saved is always saved. There's no need for repentance.
Yeah, when Christ even talks and speaks of a dog going to his vomit, going back to his vomit. When one hears the truth and go back into the world and do things, it's like a dog returning to his own vomit. That's Christ. But I digress. I don't know what these pastors are talking about. It's just but I'm glad you're with the church. I'm glad you and your husband is with the body. Welcome. Do you ever see yourself for any reason going back into pagan Christianity?
Oh, well, so we say hell in the Caribbean. I'm sorry, Elder, no disrespect. Hades, no.
All right. And see, I didn't even touch on the fact that It's Raining Men used to be sung on the outside of the church. Right? I'm not even I'm not even touching that. So hey, that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, sister.
Never going back, not looking back, never turning back, trying to stay focused. The path is already narrow. I'm staying focused and looking straight ahead, sir.
There
and
you
all
go.
to you, I thank the Most High for you, sir, because it was you that helped me to wake up, and I got my husband up, and we're up. We're awake. We're ready. We're ready to work.
Hey, and y'all doing it. Praise the Most High. All right, so let me
All
bring
praises, sir.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring Elder Gabar
Thank you,
in.
sir.
You welcome anytime. I'm gonna place you on hold. I'm gonna bring Elder Gabar in through his telephone, since we're having issues on the line. Because
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Can't do that either.
64628144443 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've
Okay, can't bring him in that way either. Hey, Gabar, I'm trying to bring you in because I'm sure you have something important to talk about. Just text me, let me know when you're ready. Because, I do have a few other people. 786 area code. Thank you all. We've kept it steady up 2,300, which is pretty good. Be sure to help out with the Cash App if you can. $ GOCC 144 donate for the online classes. And if you wish to support the church further, go to gatheredofchrist.org. And right there under donate, there's other options outside of the Cash App. But if you like the broadcast, support the broadcast. $ GOCC 144 donate. All right, 786 area code. They didn't tell me this in church. Did you go to church?
Shalom, Elder, Shalom, this Hebrew Harris. Yes, sir, I went to church, and they didn't tell me that I was in a full-fledged war. They didn't tell me that Amalek was out to get me, to set me up. They didn't tell me that it was an all-out war on Israelites. They didn't tell us anything. All they did was tell you what you wanted to hear, and pass the collection plate around. But they did not let me know that it was a war out for my life, for my freedom. They didn't let me know that the Most High was my God, and that He set laws for us to follow so we can be saved through the blood of Yeshua Christ. It was all a setup from Amalek, the churches, the school systems. Everything was a setup, and they didn't tell us nothing. They didn't tell us not a thing. And all praises to this GOCC ministry. You, Elder Lawyer, Elder Gabar, Bishop Amath, all y'all are my mentor, my brothers. And without this ministry, sir, I really believe I would be dead. I would be actually in torment right now if it wasn't for this ministry. You have taught me who to pray to. All praise the higher by Shem Yeshaya will walk. You have taught me how to live. In the academy about maybe I guess maybe 4 academies ago, 4 lessons ago, Elder Shapat said, if you do not have your passport right now, please have mercy, go and get it. Yeah. And that Monday, I went and filed for I went to get my passport. All praise, it just came in about a week ago. So I'm ready for the Babylon bounce. But when I went in there, I must have been in this lady's office for about 2 minutes, and she's at the copy machine, and she looks and says, "Were you in the military?" And I thought, and I'm like, "Oh, it's because I'm yes, ma'am, no, ma'am." I said, "No, ma'am, She said, "Oh, your mom raised you right, huh?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." So she sits down, and Elder, another 2 minutes later, she looks and says, "What religion are you?" And I thought to myself, I said, "Wow, all praise to this GOCC ministry. Christ is radiating. It's like they see it, and they know." They know, okay, when you're in this truth, they see it in the young black man. They know. They know. Everyone knows. It shows. And I felt so good for her to ask me that. And I let her know, "Man, I'm Israelite. This isn't a religion. This is a bloodline." And I explained to her, she's also, because she was Cuban. I let her know, "You're Israelite. You're from a tribe." I had her subscribe. She follow. I hope she still follows you. But it was all a setup. Everything was a setup. Once I came into this truth and watched your lessons, you have taught me this whole entire life is a facade. It is a lie. It is a setup. Even our own people that you trust in the churches are setting us up for failure. Yeah. And it's sad. It's sad. But I'm going to get off the line. But I need you to know, sir, I look up to you. I have always prayed. All praise. I have a great father. But unfortunately, you never want to be the smartest man in the room. And all my life, all I've had to look up to for inspiration and for advice was my father. Good. All my friends would come to me for advice, and I had no one. And I always said, I wish I had somebody that can teach me, that I can listen to. And all praises, you and Elder Lawyer are my mentors, man. Praise and what y'all are doing for the Most High sheep is amazing. And sir, when I make it to the kingdom, you, Elder Lawyer, Elder Gabar, y'all come to my place anytime. Snatch the door wide open and walk right in. Because of y'all, I made it. And I thank you, man, and I love y'all. I truly love y'all, and I thank you, sir. And I'm going to continue to support this ministry. I'm going to continue to be here, and I'm going to ride it all the way out. And I thank you, sir.
Man, praise the Most High. What power. Bless you, my brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bless you. Shalom.
Shalom. Y'all hear that? That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. I know the devil's mad. I know people out there are totally mad, and then they would rather him be in the world destitute, destroyed, no understanding to what's going on, what has happened in his life, and why our people have always been on the bottom and attacked. I'm sure y'all felt better when a lot of people felt better about him like that. There's a lot of people out there who would rather have our people out there destitute with no direction than to be under some type of what? Honor and respect code with teachers, with those who have paved the way. I wanted to put that out there. Great call, brother. Great call. They didn't tell me this in the truth, right? What they didn't tell us what they didn't tell us in the church, excuse me, is this. Okay, I'm gonna bring you in, Jackie. I see you there. I'm gonna bring you in 1 second. Jackie, you up next. What they didn't tell us is that the church is supposed to become the vanguard. You're supposed to be in front of things. Okay, you're not supposed to be reactionary. You're supposed to be. Christ told Peter, "You love me, you feed my sheep. You feed my sheep." It's like, no, the shepherd goes before the sheep. See, and for years, the Christian church been on their heels, especially in our communities, where they've been reactionary instead of proactive, protecting the sheep. I mean, we went through a whole era almost, a span of 10, 15 years between 95 and 2010, where they were diagnosing our children in the inner cities with all these psychological diagnoses, putting our children on all types of drugs and all that. And where were the pastors? Where were the pastors? We went through a whole, and folks, this was only happening predominantly in our community, our children being put on drugs. On drugs. Our young men, minds are being scrambled on Ritalin, can't even think because they claiming you got ADHD or you're moving too fast or you're too vibrant. Boys being boys became an illness, and the churches said nothing. And you know they couldn't do that when I was growing up. I wish somebody would have came to the school and try to tell my father that I needed to get on Ritalin or something. My father was like, "Listen, that's a regular boy. He's climbing trees just like I climb trees. Ain't nothing wrong with that boy." And we went through many years of our children being diagnosed with having the system put demons on our families, with no pastor anywhere standing guard saying, "Well, hold up, before we do this, let's check with the pastor and see what's going on." And we took the psychologist's words over the pastors because the pastors that wasn't in front of anything, not realizing that they were destroying his congregation, his community. They didn't. I mean, man, what was church for? If not a protector for the community. I only have a few more calls. I'm sorry to go so late. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. Let's see. We had someone there, Jackie. Jackie, did you? Oh, there she is. 313.
Shalom.
Shalom. And after that, we're going to 571 area code. Hello?
Shalom.
Hey,
yes,
Shalom, Jackie. Where you from, Jackie?
Detroit.
Okay. Detroit in the house. All right. They didn't tell me this in the church. Talk to us.
Well, they didn't tell me to honor the Sabbath days and keep the feast days as opposed to the holidays. They didn't tell me how to do different precepts and how important it was. I heard the scripture line upon line, precept on precept, but how to use it was totally different. I also memorized the scripture, "You're a royal priesthood, a holy nation." You're a royal priesthood. What is that scripture? Royal priesthood, a chosen generation, and a holy nation.
Yeah.
But to really identify myself, they didn't tell me that I was Israel. So now that I'm into the truth, I can understand better who I am as it relates to the scriptures. And what was interesting about everyone else that called in, everybody have their own experience. I feel like I've come this far by faith in the truth. So when I was in the Christian church, there were things that I did learn. Like I heard somebody said they didn't teach them how to pray. I learned how to pray in the Christian church. some things I learned how to build godly character based on Galatians 5:22. I learned that. But I think the importance, even in whether coming out of Christianity and then coming into the truth and learning who you are in Christ, I think we have to take responsibility and we have to just keep our eyes on Christ. And I believe that was what got me through, is that I was always wanting more. And at some point, Elder, I just got churched out. I couldn't do church anymore. Like, I can't do church on any level. I mean, on Sunday worship.
When you say when you say you got churched out, what do you mean by that?
There's a song that says, "Take me to the King. I'm all churched out." That was real in my life. When I say churched out, I wasn't growing at some point. It wasn't life to me anymore.
Yeah.
It didn't feed my spirit. And so I've always, and I'm still like that today, I keep my focus on Christ. And that's really what keeps me going. And just being in the truth, I'm really appreciative that the Most High has sent me to a place where I can continue to grow in Christ. But I think as people of the truth, we have to take responsibility. We can't put it all on the man of God. We have to take responsibility when we're told to do things, or take it for what it's worth and grow where you are. So I think that's so key.
It seems like you've been in church for a while. Have you ever experienced that thing they called speaking in tongues? Did you ever experience that?
I have.
That thing?
I've experienced everything in church. Like everything you talked about. Yeah.
Okay. Let's stay there for a second. Speaking in tongues. What was going on? What was going on with you in that moment? What was happening with you?
Well, I grew up in the Baptist church, and then from there I went to a non-denominational church.
I'm talking about the experience of the so-called Holy Ghost. Just give me that.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm going to tell you. So this particular church, they were saying that they would teach you that, just the Holy Spirit is just going to come upon you, and you're going to speak in a different tongue. And I was like, I didn't really trust them. So I was like, no, So they took you in this room and they prayed with you. And I was like, no, if this is so, then I'll go home and I'll have my own personal experience. I just didn't trust that. So
no, I'm asking, did it ever fall on you is my question.
It did. Actually,
okay. What I'm asking you in particular. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if you hear me. What I'm asking you, what was that experience? That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, what was that experience? Looking back now, I can't really say what that experience was. It felt good, but in terms of, it's nothing in comparison to going in the water and knowing that's when the Holy Spirit comes up on you. It's not like that. When I went into the water,
so you can't.
I got baptized,
there's nothing. Okay, I take it. There's nothing you can describe. Is what you're saying.
Looking back, I just take it as that was part of the process that I went through, and I'm so glad that I didn't give up at that point. That I continued to grow and persevere and continue to just want more of Christ, and that's how I got to where I'm at today.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, sister. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Shalom.
Right. Shalom. Yeah. And the reason why I asked her is because it seems like when they're going into that, it seems like it's an experience that they're really experiencing something, right? But the Bible tells us, 1 Corinthians 14:26. How is it then, brethren, when you come together, every one of you, have a psalm, have a doctrine, have a tongue, have a revelation, have an interpretation? Let all things be done unto edifying, which means if you're in the church, you're not there for your personal experience. The church, we come together to be edified by the teacher, right? Because one wants to experience what God is saying, not individual individual activities that are going on, right? And it says, if any man speak in an unknown tongue, that's what they do in these churches, let it be by 2 or at the most by 3, and that by course, and let one interpret. But if there be no interpreter, let him keep silence in the church, and let him speak to himself and to God. Which means, if there's no, usually it's a language that can be understood on earth. And someone in the church must understand that language to interpret to others. Why? If God is speaking, why should you be the only one hearing it? Right? The church is to edify. So if you are speaking in an unknown tongue and God is saying, listen, y'all better get out of there, a tsunami is coming, I want the warning also. Right? So here it is, a person with all this spirit. God is speaking directly to you. You're speaking in another tongue. And guess what? No one in the church is being edified. That's why Paul said, go home with that. Because why? There was a lot of channeling going on in the Bacchus temples during the time of Rome, where they were channeling, that's right, to Bacchus. The women would go in Sundays and catch a spirit and be speaking in tongues in the Roman temple. And Paul was like, y'all not going to be doing this up in here. Y'all not going to be taking your Roman practices and bringing it up in our churches. If you're going to speak in an unknown tongue, it has to be a language that's spoken on earth, and someone in the church must be able to understand what God is saying to you. If not, go home. Okay? I wanted to put that out there real quick. Okay? And this is why sometimes I ask brothers and sisters, what is that experience? Because in the church, I grew up in the Baptist church. I've seen it all the time. Never experienced anything like that because growing up, I believed that something was wrong with these people. Okay? You're doing all this and you're shaking and you're rolling, and then you go down, you're sitting next to me at a table asking me to pass you the mashed potatoes at the dinner after service, as if I didn't just witness you just go off in convulsions. It was weird to me to see a person totally normal, and an hour ago, they was out of their mind shaking all over the place. So I always try to figure out, what is that? Now, I remember one time, because maybe some people thought something was wrong with me because I didn't catch the Holy Ghost or whatever that is. And they said that they want to try to help me out with it. And I'm like, I'm singing in the choir. I'm learning under the pastor. And they said they wanted to help me out. I'm like, okay. But then a guy came down, this burly dude, he had on lip gloss talking about he want to put, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm dealing with the spirit I'm in. He had the lip gloss, lip shining coming down. I'm good, dude. No Holy Ghost gonna jump on me. I'm straight. So these are the things I experienced. Some weird stuff going on up in there. And I'm glad that we've been delivered. I'm glad I've been delivered from the Christian church. All right, what's next? I've been delivered. 404 area code. We only have a few more calls.
Can you hear me?
Yes, your name?
Elder. Can you hear me? Victoria.
Yes. How you doing, Victoria? Well, we have a lot of sisters calling.
I'm doing really good.
This topic must really. It's a lot of sisters in this call, so I guess this is jog the responses from the majority of sisters. They didn't tell me this in church. Come on, talk to me.
They didn't talk much about health and dietary laws in church.
Okay.
I didn't hear many lessons on how to be a virtuous woman, how to submit to my husband, what was my purpose as a woman and as a wife to my husband.
Oh, okay.
They didn't speak much on hell, like, Hades, I guess. They didn't talk much about that, and they didn't really go into Revelation, and they didn't teach me how to read the Bible.
Man, that's a lot. What? So I guess
I know.
I guess it's more so tradition. There's other parts of it. The social gathering component, right? Something to do with the children. So there's other things outside of because it wasn't all bad. I'm just wanted to know what they didn't tell us in the church, which is really more important, right? That's a lot.
Right.
They didn't teach you
hold
up. You never learned to submit to a man in a church?
So they didn't talk. It wasn't very many like woman lessons. Like the church I went, it was like a mega church, and most of the lessons was surrounding around prosperity. So a lot of this stuff I didn't learn until I joined this church.
Okay, you was in a prosperity church.
Yeah. It's a very popular church.
Okay, if you don't mind, no one is going to do anything to you. What church were you a part of? What prosperity church?
It was New Birth Baptist Church.
New Birth Baptist Church. Is that New Birth? Is that Eddie Long?
Yes.
Lord have mercy. Were you there when the scandal came down?
Yes, I actually went to school with some of those guys.
You went to school with some of those guys who were allegedly touched?
Yes.
And what is your take on it? What since you were eyewitness and went to school with them, they were apparently on the gay side of things, right?
That's interesting because Atlanta is an interesting place, but I guess you can say they were, I guess you could say because they were, well, the one that I remember was really loud and obnoxious and flamboyant. And at the time, I didn't recognize that as characteristics of that kind of person. I just recognized that as somebody who constantly needed attention. But well, if you put it that way, then yeah.
Okay.
But I could definitely tell something was going on.
So of course, when the scandal broke, is that one of the reasons why you you say, I'm done with this? Or what brought you to the truth of being Israel?
Yeah, when the scandal broke, I was really heartbroken because I had been going to New Birth since I was like a baby. Like my mom, we were raised in New Birth, so I was really hurt.
Okay.
And I kind of turned away. I kind of turned away from the church for a little bit.
Oh.
But then I want to say in like 2012, but not because of that scandal. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. A lot of people were losing their life at a very young age in my family and stuff. So, so it was that, and then that just added to it. So it was just kind of like. But then anyway, in 2012 is when I like kind of found this church, and I found it on YouTube. But I was going to another church, like a local church in the area, and I would go to the pastor and ask him questions, like stuff about stuff that I learned from online from watching you.
Okay.
And he would just like dismiss it. So it was to me because he wouldn't answer me or he wouldn't address what I was going through. But when I came to him and talked to him about what was happening at New Birth, he was so intrigued with it. It just kind of made me walk away from his church. And then I kind of went full throttle in your church.
So he was more intrigued with the scandal than he was with the information and truth that you learned concerning you being an Israelite and this being Babylon we're living in. So all the information, so he was more interested in the juicy stories of the scandal than he was the word of the Most High.
Right. Yeah. He would listen to me for an hour or so talk about New Birth, but then when I started asking him questions about the name Ahia or just what color was Christ, or are we the people of the Bible? Just different things. He'd be like, don't worry about that. Color doesn't matter. All this kind of crazy stuff. And I was like, yeah. And I just kind of left his church.
Man, hey, it's a lot of people I'm hearing that have came to the knowledge of the Most High, come to the knowledge of themselves and are part of this church. I mean, man, we got New Birth, we got Kojic, we got a lot of people. We got people who said that they came from Geno Jennings. A lot of them have come through. And I'm gonna tell you what's going on right now in the earth right now. People don't know it. a lot of these churches out here, especially in America, they're being foreclosed on. The congregations are leaving it all together, and there haven't been a recovery in these churches in America since COVID. And believe it or not, a lot of real estate people are coming in and buying these churches right up from under these pastors. I mean, turning churches into apartment buildings, all types of stuff. So the question is, what's going on in the churches? Where are the people going? And
I think they come into these truths.
A lot Israel, they come into the truth of being Israel. We're here. We're here. I can see it. Yeah.
I'm so excited that I found it.
I'm so excited too, sis. So you're Israel. Do you find yourself at any time going back into pagan Christianity?
Oh God, heavens no.
Okay. No. Okay. Welcome to Kingdom Truth. And when did it hit you? It's like this. Something overcame me when I realized that, okay, this is confirmed. It wasn't like I was surprised. When I found out that I was an Israelite, it confirmed everything that I felt. It confirmed when I found out I was an Israelite, and that's what I want to know, because sometimes people say, well, the Bible say it, but sometimes it's a confirmation that's beyond the words. And let me tell you, when I found out I was an Israelite in the Bible, it confirmed something. And I was like, I knew something was special about our people. We're so different. I never could put my finger on it. Listening to Whitney Houston sing, listening to, and everyone, there's great singers everywhere, but there's something different about our people. Looking at Michael Jackson and the Jacksons and how everything they do, the Jacksons come up, and now you got the Osmonds. Jackie Wilson comes up, and then you have Elvis. All right, but they couldn't duplicate James Brown. But on and on and on and on, I said, you know what, sister? When I found out I was Israel, and all you brothers and sisters, it just confirmed everything for me. I'm like, you know what? I knew it.
Right.
I knew it. I knew we had to be the people. I knew. Because why?
It was kind of similar.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
As I say, it was kind of similar for me too, because even though I was going through like so much at the time when I found the church, it was like something in me that made me like still want to like honor and worship the Most High. I just knew I didn't have the right teachers. And so at one point I was going to the small church that I told you about with the pastor, and I was still like listening to you online, and I would see you and Elder Lawyer go line upon line, precept upon precept. That's what I mean by teaching me how to read the Bible. And then I would go to his church, and he would do 2 scriptures, and then everything else would just be hooting and hollering and nonsense. And I was like, okay, I'm learning more about the Bible over here.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm learning more about the Bible over here, and I like the way they sound, but even this church online, they got music too, and it sounds better than this. And so everything was, taking me in the direction. And the only thing that I was like hesitant about is that it was all online. And then when I heard that you guys had a church in Atlanta, and I went to that, and I got baptized in September of 2012, and that's what solidified it for me after my baptism.
And was baptized into the body. All praises be to the Most High. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Bless
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
In that land where it was said that ye are not my people, it shall be told to them that ye are the sons of the living God. I knew it. As soon as I read Deuteronomy 28, I'm sitting there looking at my Bible, and let me tell you, brothers and sisters, I'm sitting there. It's like I was frozen in time for at least a couple of minutes. I'm like, slavery and everything we've experienced is right here in Deuteronomy 28. And no pastor anywhere in our communities are telling us this. I'm like, are you kidding me? That was the magic. Let me tell you, that was the skeleton key. I read Deuteronomy 28. I'm like, listen, you can't find 1 million white people who have gone through this, Chinese, any other race of people who have gone through this. And then when Christ said that the Romans are going to come against us in the book of Luke, and you shall be led away captive into all nations. And then when you go back into the prophecies, it says that it shall no longer be said that thus saith the Lord who delivered the children of Israel from Egypt, but the God who would deliver the children of Israel from the sides of the north. That it would be no longer said that he delivered us from there, that he would deliver us from the north country. When I'm like, yo, captivity, Egypt is on the pyramid in America. We as slaves. I'm like, we're the Israelites, man. And guess what? From that point on, my life took a change. Because with taking ownership of an Israelite, being an Israelite, comes a responsibility to his law. What comes with being an Israelite? Well, he gave Moses the law on Mount Sinai, which puts our people above any other people on earth. Boom. I'm like, that's the key. We do this, we get on code with the Most High and we'll receive the promise. There is no other answer for this. We've tried everything. We tried Islam, Christianity, Buddhist. We tried everything, but we never tried getting on code with the God who put us in this condition. 404 area code. I only have a few more calls. Here we go. 414 area code.
Hello.
I can go on for hours, but I can't. I have to go. 414 area code. We're going to do a marathon one of these days, probably down the line before the year is out. Shalom, 414. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
GOCC. You down with
Hello?
GOCC? Yeah, you know me. Let's do it. Come on, let's talk.
Hello?
Oh, my goodness, brother. Talk to me.
Can you hear me, Elder Ricard?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I can hear you now. It's just a delay here. First of all, this is Jonathan from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay.
And I want to tell you one of the things for me that wasn't told to me. I used to preach in the church. I was never told to accept the word as it is written. In all of our classes and everything, I was never told to accept the word as it was written. I never was told that we were Israel. And then once I stopped going to church, once I slowed down, I had been out of church for about maybe 2.5, 3 years. When me and my fiance got together, I was still preaching. I was still in the church. And that's one of the things that's hindering our relationship now is because of the fact I know that I'm Israel now. And now coming into the knowledge and listening to you teach, I got to tell you, it blows my mind. One thing that I was taught in the Christian church was how to study. Pastor Locke used to always tell us to study. Get in your Bible and study.
Okay.
But because of having that foundation of Christianity, that foundation of the norm of what we were always brought up, learning in church, that clouded your understanding when you read the Bible. And that's what happened. So when I was in the minister's classes and everything, because of how I was taught, that understanding is what clouded my, so it was hard to really understand. So when I started listening to GOCC, I literally had a hard time accepting certain things. So I had to literally write down all of those precepts, write down everything. I had to go back over it. And that when that light bulb clicked on, it clicked on a whole nother level. It clicked on a whole nother level. And now it's like the Hebrew Bible Academy, this is what, my 4th one now?
Praise the Most High.
It blows my mind. Like, I can't wait till we get a church here in Milwaukee because I really want one bad.
We're coming.
I called you.
We're coming,
I
brother.
talked to you once before, and I said, man, because when I'm talking to people, they ask me, well, what church do you go to? And who taught you this? They want to know. They want to know, how you learn it and everything, and I hate not having nowhere to ask them to come to
We're
or
coming.
whatever.
We're coming, brother. Don't worry about it.
for me, it helps me a lot to be able to physically sit down and learn it. But that understanding blows my mind. And then when you ask, like, I have a lot of pastor friends that don't even talk to me now. Like, literally, when we have a conversation,
that ain't Christ-like.
That conversation is crazy. When I tell you the conversation is crazy, I don't know who bewitched you. I had one pastor tell me, a pretty well-known pastor here, told me that I was bewitched. And I said, well, okay, if I'm bewitched, I asked him to explain to me how I'm bewitched. If I'm bewitched, show me how I'm bewitched. Because everything that I'm telling you, I'm showing you in the Word of God. You still haven't told me how I'm bewitched. And to this day, I'm still waiting for him to give me an answer.
Oh, man.
Still to this day. And it's sad because a lot of things, like even when it comes to all of this stuff that's going on out here, you know, the conversation is off the chain. It's just ridiculous. And it's just so many people are so lost because we so caught up in the norm to where we can't break those ties. It's really hard. And, you know, when you talk like my fiance, me and her, it's like a battle. I don't know if we're going to even, last because of it. It's just something. But I thank God for the church.
Let's deal with this. It's because, you got to be wise. You don't want to lose your home. You want to, the whole deal is, to tell you the truth, especially when one get the truth, being a man, I'm going to tell you, in this world, believe it or not, when a man get the truth of him being Israel, he began to, and we have to be careful because there's a certain level of power that comes with this truth already. And then we start to examine the power that was relinquished through sin. So there's a lot we put on women, but once we get the truth, we realize, well, no, I'm the man. It's time for you to follow me. And that's hard for this world, people that are raised in this world, particularly women, to accept to some degree. Because what they start thinking is, okay, how is this outside influence is going to affect my house? And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, because a woman, she's security driven, but you have to realize, okay, all of this power I'm bringing forth, how is this affecting my home? So what you got to do is you got to assure her that this doesn't change how you feel about her. You have to let her know that this is a journey that the Most High have you on, and you just want to follow the Bible. You want to follow the holy days of the Bible and see how that works, opposed to following slave paganism. And tell her, no, I know you used to me giving you things on Christmas. I'll tell you what, there's a Purim holy day. I'll give it to you on Purim. It's still, it's the 10th month, the 25th day, according to Purim. I'll do that, and whatever I give you on Christmas, I will give it to you on a holy day that has some traditional value to us. This is the history when the Most High saved our people during the time of the Persian Empire. So, and this is when we began to give gifts. So I know you miss Christmas. You can cook on this day. Hey, just do it on that day. So I'm still going to give you the gifts, but it's not going to be on Christmas. It's going to be on Purim. It's the holy day. So when she realizes she can do some of the things that she's used to doing, but on a different day, you understand? Then she's not feeling like she's losing everything, So find out what the compromise is, and don't be too heady, because, you want her on the journey too. But sometimes we can be too headstrong to a degree. We're not realizing we're leaving the people, the Most High moving us in the spirit, and we don't realize to the world that's crazy.
Yeah, because I was more angry. I was very angry. Yeah. I was angry when I first started hearing the truth. I had literally got angry. I got to the point where when I would talk to the pastor, the pastor, I had questions that needed to be answered.
But I'm about to go to the next call. But I'm gonna stay on your house real quick, right? Because the pastors, they're gonna be what they are, right? Yeah. Just imagine this: after Christ came out of the water and was baptized, immediately the Most High moved them away from the general population into the wilderness. Why?
Mm-hmm.
I need you to think about that. You have to realize he was going through he was going through a transformation. Just imagine him amongst the general population, and he's seeing Satan there, and no one else can see him. And he's talking to Satan and all that, and he's on this spiritual growth before that's going to move him towards this ministry in the wilderness. But imagine that interaction at the market, and he's sitting there amongst everyone else, and his family seeing him go through that. Now, and the reason why I'm putting that comparison out there, brother, when the Most High begin to change you and start to move you, you're dealing with a metamorphosis with a person who used to know you. And to them, it's like you went into the wilderness, but they're beholding your change and cannot relate to it. Because you're changing inside the house with your family. See, sometimes I can understand how one can get so captured into this truth that it makes you a recluse and it changes who you are with everyone around you. It does. And the Bible. So you have to realize that piece isn't her fault. You're changing in the midst of her, and she don't know you. You're changing into a different person. So it's about becoming considerate, knowing that she's not on this high like you are. Right? So that's why Christ was taken into a wilderness, because that was something the Most High was moving him on, but he didn't have the responsibility of laying next to someone, seeing this change with him dealing with all these different spirits, battling in the spirit and doing all these things real time. He didn't have to worry about this person looking at him like, hold up, you're not who I married. Right? So I'm just saying, sometimes you can be on this race and not realize how you're affecting other people, is what I'm saying in a nutshell. Okay?
Right.
So
no, I understand. Yes,
all right, so I got to go real quick. I have one other call, brother, and I have your number. I'm going to tell Ramar to write your number down, and I'm going to give you a call, okay?
Please do. I appreciate that.
No problem. I'll give you a call. All right?
All right. Take care.
All right. I got 604. I didn't forget you, 604, but there's some people who've been waiting longer. All right. I got Sharonda here. 604. I'm going to let you go real quick, and then I'm going to bring in Sharonda, and that will end our night. Sharonda and 502. There's two calls. So, okay, 604. Talk to us.
Hello, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I wish the church, they didn't tell me this in the church. What's that?
Well, as far as going back to the pagan Christian church, that's never going to happen. Not with everything that we're going to learn. With
praise the Most High.
Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most High.
I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for everything that you do, you and the whole body. I appreciate everything that y'all done. Everything that I learned from you guys, it's been amazing.
Praise the Most High.
I just have one particular question, if you don't mind.
Go on.
Concerning the book of Daniel, please.
Yeah, go on.
In the book of Daniel, with the desolation of chapter 12, I'm just wondering if that desolation has already happened, or are we waiting for that to happen? That would be my only question, sir. Thank you.
Well, the desolation began in 70 AD, to tell you the truth. But the end time prophecy of the last 7 years is in Daniel's 12. That's when it'll be heightened. And that's the last, that's going to be the tribulation Christ is going to have to save us out of.
I appreciate your time, brother. Thank you very much, Elder. Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask. So that links in with Matthew, the 24th chapter, is all right?
Yep.
When Christ was talking about.
Yep. We're talking about really the last 3.5 years that Christ's gonna have to save us out of. Yeah. It links to Matthew 24. It started in 70 AD, but don't forget it's talking about like a like a woman in travail, Revelations 12. So a woman can be pregnant, right? And she's going through what? Labor pains. But the closer she comes to that deliverance, the more frequent the pains become until the baby's delivered. So if you look at it from 70 AD, that's when the pain began. We lost Jerusalem. But as we come closer to Christ is coming, that Daniel's 12 breakdown, that last 3.5 years that Christ is going to have to save us from. And they tell you Matthew 24 and 22, if he didn't come back, if he didn't cut their time short, speaking of Esau's time, no people would be left on earth, not just Israelites. If Christ don't come back before that time, no people, there will be not one person living on earth. That's how much Satan have perfected his depopulation plan. But I can't put the cart before the horse, because Daniel, the end day prophecy, is something that I'm working on for the academy. So you'll see it there. And then I'll roll it out with everyone else. All right.
Thank you, Elder. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bless you, my brother. Hey, folks, that Hebrew Bible Academy, I'm going to tell you right now. The secrets of the times. And I'm going to add that with the Daniel prophecies. 316 area code Sharonda. Sharonda, how are you?
I'm good. And yourself?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahiah. You know that's a name the Most High gave Moses. You know that, right? Yeah. When the Most High asked him his name, yeah. But everyone is trying to call him everything else. Yeah, hey, they don't know the power of Ahiah. They don't have any idea. All right. That's right. They didn't tell me this in the church. You're up. Talk to us.
What they didn't tell me in the church is that demons and unclean spirits are prevalent in our community, and how to get rid of them, where they come from, how to get rid of them. And then they did teach me that the Most High got Mary pregnant, and we know that what comes from a spirit and a human, where it comes from.
A Nephilim.
So that's right. So, pure blood, which is Christ, that's impossible. So we are like stirred up in a whole lot of mess when it's with the church.
Yeah.
And we so stirred up to where we believe in so much of the rhetoric that they're teaching us, to where, like the one brother said, that we're blinded even though we're reading it. We've been taught otherwise, even when we read it. So we're caught up either way it goes until, like him himself, when I went through I pretty much gave up on church. But, the Most High kept on with me.
That's good.
So I decided to go on the internet and hear you guys were. And, here I am.
Hey, sister, you know what they're going to tell you? Hey, sister, you know what they're going to tell you when you tell them you're an Israelite, that you know that you're the chosen people of God, because black people aren't allowed to do that. You're not allowed to. Listen, you're not allowed to say that you're the chosen people. That's against the rules. So if you're the chosen people, you must be in a cult if you claim to be chosen by God.
Automatic.
So are you ready for the ridicule?
It's already here. I'm getting it from my family. They told me I'm on acid. Told me I'm on acid because I told them they're Israelites.
Do they know that Israelites are in the Bible? Did you tell them that Christ was an Israelite, and that the word Israelite is actually in the Bible? They're God's people. And like there's no such, and matter of fact, there's no such people as Israelis in the Bible. They're Israelites.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Never read it before in my life.
Okay.
But that's it.
Hey, I tell you what. We're going to show you what it is, right? We're going to show you what it is right here. This is when you're not in a cult. How about this? I'm going to show you what a cult doesn't look like. This is what a cult don't look like, huh? In the place where it said, "Ye are not my people," there it will be told unto them, I call you later, elders. There it shall be said unto you that you are the children of the living God. Awaken from the valley of the dry bones. We are the children of Israelites, children of Israel in Christ. And what? We are back. And what? You know it. The Most High is calling back Israel. Shalom. I'll see you all soon. We're going to have us a Patreon small class Friday, and then you got it. Tabernacle.
The East is where we're from.
See you soon. Support the work.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
They didn't tell us this in the church.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering is